La Zelkamati Omateo. Call this meeting to order on January 21st, 2025. Welcome, Vice Mayor and council members. I'll start off with the land acknowledgement. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationship with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home. City Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Hanson Romero.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Mickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor McQuay.
Here.
And Mayor Lopez.
Here. Thank you. We had no closed session. We'll move forward. No ceremonial matters as well. We'll move on to item number 5, City Manager reports. City Manager, may the council please have your report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to extend appreciation to our fire department and many other fire departments who were called to action to assist with the wildfires in LA County. Our department was deployed Friday evening, January 28th, and safely returned just this weekend. We have received a letter of appreciation from the City of Camarillo, as well as from residents in the area. So really important shared response to help do what they could in that disastrous situation. It's also a reminder for us all, and I will commit that city staff is already looking into and had been, of course, as part of our disaster preparedness, but really brings this back to the forefront as a priority issue that we will continue to address at all levels as we further our disaster preparation efforts and really ability for response throughout the region. We have a lot of staff here that could speak to it, but I will, because we are very proud of our pre-approved detached ADU program. This is new for our city to help facilitate ADU development. As you know, that adds to our housing stock and diversifies the ability for additional housing. What this does is give some instructions on how to get started. I don't know why I'm looking at websites. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. So again, pre-approved plans are ADU designs submitted by designers, architects, builders, and other qualified professionals and vetted in advance by planning and building, as well as safety. Once pre-approved, the plans will be featured on the city's website for use by fee or free by homeowners to help expedite the plan check review timeline and lower permitting costs. Information is available on the city's ADU page, albanyca.org/ADU. Please be aware, this is a big transition for all residents. Waste management will be transitioning 2 of the 3 carts. This will include the burgundy garbage landfill carts, as well as the recycling carts for solid waste. The colors will change. We will have blue carts for recycling and gray carts for solid waste. So this can cause a bit of confusion, and we will work through it. Our staff is prepared, as well as waste management staff, for additional customer service as we work through these transitions. It'll take about 4 to 6 weeks to complete. We envision it most likely starting up in February. We will be doing some tree work along the Ohlone Greenway, as requested by BART, for a handful of the pine trees that are posing some risk specifically to the safety of the BART passageway. This work was postponed by BART on their request, but will be scheduled for a later date in the near future, and advance notice will be provided. These trees are primarily in the Dartmouth and Masonic area of BART. Arborists have expected and indicated the issues. An update on safety law, pedestrian safety law, changes for 2025. On January 1st, California State Law AB 413 went into effect, prohibiting vehicles from parking within 20 feet of pedestrian crossing locations, considered crosswalks, whether they are marked or unmarked. This encompasses any intersection approach where pedestrians may cross, as well as mid-block crossings. This restriction improves visibility and at intersections by keeping the area and crosswalks clear of parked vehicles. Also called daylighting, allows pedestrians to see oncoming traffic more easily and helps drivers spot pedestrians entering the crosswalk, hopefully reducing risk of collisions. You will see some red curves associated with this under obligation that the city will be painting, and that project is actively ongoing. As these become more visible, please be aware of them and adjust to the parking changes. We have posted the information on our website, and that will be a living web page as the projects move along. East Bay Mud will be doing some paving work on San Pablo. It's certainly needed, and much anticipated work that I know anyone using that street for any purpose has been really looking forward to. So again, appreciate the patience that's gone into waiting for this work to get scheduled by East Bay Mud and the advocacy in encouraging the work to continue as soon as possible. We anticipate that it's actually starting tonight. They'll be doing some paving night work on San Pablo starting tonight. The whole corridor will be impacted. Hours of work will be from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., January 21st through 24th. A reminder of parcel tax exemption rebates program. 2025 parcel tax exemption and renter rebate program applications are now available on the city's website, in person at the community or senior centers, and also can be mailed upon request. You may also contact Albany Cares 510-524-9283 for more information and also to get assistance in filling out the application. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. If anyone in attendance would like to ask a question or comment on the City Manager report, you may do so now by either raising your hand online or coming up to the podium. Comments will be limited to 1 minute. City Clerk, do we have anyone online? Anyone in attendance in person? Thank you. Any comments or questions from council?
I just want to take the opportunity to thank staff for increasing the number of households that are successfully utilizing the exemption from various property taxes and rebates. It's been a huge increase this year and continuing increases from past years. So, and I guess just let people know that that is not an indicator that the need is necessarily increasing. It is that it has been dramatically underutilized by the community that could utilize it in the past. So we are doing better in that regard.
I'd just like to suggest that the letters that the fire department received go on the website and perhaps on their page, because it's just sort of nice to lift them up and let people know that we were part of all that and that, you know, they were appreciated.
I will echo what Vice Mayor McQuaid had just shared and just want to also extend deepest gratitude to our fire department and city staff for being in coordination and communication with folks down there in Southern California, particularly LA. As someone who has folks that are impacted right now, it does bring a sense of ironic peace in knowing that the community in which I am is putting some effort to address it. Anything else? All right, moving on to Good to the City. The This is for attending to provide council comments, information, and questions that are not on the agenda. If you are online, you may raise your hand now. If you're on phone, you may press *9. Just as a reminder, by state law known as the Brown Act, council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to future agenda items or for staff to comment. City Clerk, how many folks do we have online?
No one online so far, but I do have 4 here.
All right.
Go ahead, Stephen Alpert.
Be sure to provide each speaker 3 minutes.
Good evening. I am Dr. Stephen Alpert. Over the past 10 months, within the 3 minutes allotted for good of the city public comments, I've documented how 3 Albany city officials, Community Development Director Bond, Councilman Jordan, and the city attorney initially refused to respond and subsequently engaged in obfuscation and or outright lied as to why the city could not expand public notification for proposed new construction beyond the minimum 300 feet state mandate. Briefly, Section 5C of California Code 65091 refutes Director Bond's assertion that state law precluded issuing citywide alerts for new construction. Councilman Jordan and the city attorney cited 2 California codes, 65008 and 65583C3, which they asserted, quote, would create legal exposure if the city enacted different notification distances based on project size. Since 2014, the City of Beverly Hills has used varied notification distances for small versus large projects. In email exchanges, Michael Forbes, currently Director of Community Development for Beverly Hills, with over 25 years' experience as a city planner for Burbank, Glendora, Thousand Oaks, Temple City, and Westlake Villages, clearly and definitively stated that the code cited by Councilman Jordan and the city attorney were not relevant to wider and varied public notification for new construction. Regarding legal exposure, Director Forbes wrote, I spoke with a few of my colleagues, and to our knowledge, our requirements have not been challenged, and the City of Beverly Hills has not altered its noticing practices based on Code 6508 or any other state law. Regarding public notice for new construction, Director Forbes wrote, it is not uncommon for cities to have different noticing requirements depending on the size of the project, and notification requirements may be different within the same zone depending on the type of project and location. City officials have received copies of my email exchanges with Director Forbes and have been provided with the ordinances Director Forbes referenced, portions of which have been previously presented here. The practice of only notifying those within 300 feet clearly limits public discourse, allowing the Planning and Zoning Commission and this council to push through new projects, no matter how inappropriate and incongruous with the neighborhood, with minimal awareness and input from the public. I'm again requesting that the issue of 300 feet notification be submitted as a meeting agenda item to allow for extended, in-depth public discussion. My wife, Celeste, will continue the presentation.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I am Dr. Celeste Marks. On several occasions, I have assisted Stephen in requesting that the council justify why it continues to follow only the minimum state mandate of notifying those within 300 feet of proposed new construction, regardless of project size, when in fact, for years, other municipalities have used varying notification distances for new construction based on project size. Only 73 properties were alerted about 1600 Solano Avenue by postcards mailed 10 days before the first public hearing. The cost of these mailing notices to these properties was $45. An argument was made by the city attorney that expanding notification would be an additional impediment for an applicant. Extrapolating to a radius of 1,000 feet for 1600 Solano would alert 881 properties with mailing costs of $515. Hardly much of an impediment, as was asserted. Of note, Beverly Hills mails notices for hearings 20 days in advance. As previously shown, as far back as 1987, Beverly Hills enacted Ordinance 10.3.16.21, creating a commercial transition zone, which reads, to provide for compatible transitions between certain areas where residential and commercial uses abut each other. This concept is apropos to 1600 Solano Avenue, where a 5-story structure was approved adjacent to existing 1-story private home. Again, examine subsection B2, the design of the facade and the structure facing residential uses shall be harmonious with the adjacent residential character in architectural style, color, and material. By approving the plans for 1600 Solano as submitted, the Planning and Zoning Commission and Council violated every aspect of their own mission statement, which reads, the purpose of design and review is to ensure that projects are visually and functionally appropriate for their site and harmonious with their surroundings. One doesn't have to have an advanced degree in architecture, but rather a sense of aesthetics to discern that the approved plans for 1600 Solano are neither visually and functionally appropriate to their site nor harmonious with their surroundings. For reasons unknown to date, the council has not submitted the issue of 300-foot notification for proposed new construction as a meeting agenda item to allow for extended, in-depth public discussion. Today, I am too requesting that the council defend its current practice of only notifying within 300 feet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Tom and Brian.
Hi, my name's Tom Stymack. I think I've seen you folks several times and maybe some in the audience. I'm here to support Dr. Alpert's request for establishing larger notification area for major new construction. For new people, regarding my background, I've been in Albany for more than 40 years. I'm a state licensed geotechnical engineer and had maintained a small consulting business in Albany for more than 20 years. So I work with a lot of people in Albany. Again, regarding the 300-foot setback distance described earlier, once again, be aware that that's not very far and frequently only one block. For example, the distance from the center of Ventura to the center of Tulare, that's one block to the east, is 300 feet. And it's the same for Ordway. Ordway to Ventura, the distance is 300 feet. For a major project, that seems sort of a short distance to me. In my opinion, for major projects, citizens should be advised a greater distance. And I support something like 1,000 feet, but that should be up to a committee to really discuss. It's not my opinion that counts so much, but there should be a committee. And I know Mr. Bond has been active in planning and construction, and truthfully, I'm still totally baffled why the city resists in at least studying for a different setback. It just seems we got a lot of concerned tax-paying citizens who would also like to have that information available, at least studied, if not adapted. And so I encourage the city to reconsider broadening disclosures of disclosure distances of major construction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, I'm Brian Beal. I'm a longtime Central Albany resident. And first off, just on the topic of appreciation of staff, so I was walking up Solano one windy night, and a group of people had noticed a tree branch had just fallen. And so we called Albany Police, and this had just happened, I was told seconds before. We called Albany Police and reported it, went to dinner, came back, and the tree branch, and it had fallen on a car, by the way. The car was gone, and the tree branch had been chopped up in little pieces, and another branch, so thanks. So what I'm here to bitch about is the traffic situation on Solano Avenue. I'm, for the most part, a pedestrian on Solano. I'm finding it increasingly stressful and time-consuming to get along around town. It seems like the walk lights, both on San Pablo and Masonic, have very long wait times. I know this is probably Caltrans' fault, but I noticed that I had to wait through 2 complete light cycles to walk, so it seems like we're prioritizing cars over pedestrians. And I've noticed a lot of gridlock conditions. I've noticed trucks double parked. I've noticed people making illegal U-turns, and I'm seeing just a lot of traffic and congestion, gridlocking, and in terms of police presence, I don't see any police out giving tickets. What I do see is the parking police giving people tickets for parking in 90-minute zones. So the way I see it, the Albany business community has voluntarily taken away half of their own parking, and on account of that, to make room for privatizing our public right-of-way. And what I see happening is their own delivery trucks violating the law, double parking, making things a nuisance for their own customers. And so what are we doing? We're giving people parking tickets. I think we should get rid of the 90-minute time zone and just have unlimited parking on Solano, just like everyone else, and stop clogging up our neighborhoods. So that's about what I have. On this notice topic, I'd say 500 feet sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Francesco, and then Howard.
Hi, I'm Francesco Papalia, local resident, and for the last 35 years I've been a real estate agent in town and in the area. And I'd want to kind of increase the awareness that's going to come to everyone's personal affairs as a result of the fires in Los Angeles. The insurance industry is reaching a point where insurance, when you can get it, and this includes insurance for homeowners, for rental property owners, for tenants who want to get insurance inside their units, and commercial properties are going to be drastically affected by the lack of availability of insurance. And the public, and you can help the public awareness about why this is happening. One of the reasons why is because we've made it very difficult for insurance companies to compete in California to provide insurance based on an assessment of risk that should be acknowledged, particularly in the city of Albany, which is called climate change. Climate change has brought us these increased severe weather extremes that bring about floods and fire and throughout our state, and yet we deny insurance companies the ability to charge more because they perceive what we in this town have codified, which is climate change. that somehow, there's a clash here of logic, where why are we not understanding that? Now, the solution, I'm not an expert in insurance. Some people have posited that you need to spread the risk around the entire state, and that would include people in low fire areas to cover the cost, help cover the burden for the people in the higher risk zone? Or do we just charge people in the higher risk zone the rate that they need to for insurance companies to be able to recoup in these kinds of disasters? So it's not a fun topic. It's not something that people really want to think about until they get the notice in the mail that their insurance has been canceled.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing us out. My name is Howard Graves. I'm a long-term 40-plus year Albany resident. I want to address the council on the subject of the notification limits for large projects within the city. I basically very strongly support what previous speakers, Stephen Alpert and others have said, that I think this issue needs to be a formal agenda item for the city council for a full public discussion of this issue. You know, one of the issues that come up with these large projects is came up with the 600 Solano Avenue project a couple of years ago, which, by the way, has never been undertaken, was the loss of a very substantial number of parking spaces in the neighborhood and the business district. Our businesses have been, on Solano, have been severely impacted by the COVID epidemic. Many have closed. Parking is a critical issue for their customers. This is a public resource and a public good that shouldn't be readily available to private developers to exploit, as was the case in the 600 Solano Avenue project proposal. It's an essential public commodity. Many of my fellow citizens, I went around to leaflet about this project when it was first announced, because I was in the 300-foot limit, and I realized virtually none of the city citizens knew about this project, and so I personally leafleted hundreds of residences along both sides of Solano Avenue. The following city council meeting that was held to discuss this project, I understand was one of the most heavily attended online meetings the city councils had. People care very much about this topic, and there should be a discussion. It's also quite clear that other communities, such as Hollywood, have differential limits. It is not illegal. We shouldn't pursue that issue. It's good government to talk to your community, get your community feedback, and get buy-in from as many as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Margie Barks. I don't attend every council meeting, probably maybe one a month, if even that. But of the last council meetings that I've attended for the last few months, Dr. Alpert and his group have been at every meeting repeating the same thing over and over in what I think is good of the city. To me, as a citizen sitting here and listening to it, all these meetings, I mean, not you guys, but it feels like harassment. You know, when you come back and you repeat the same information over and over and over and take up the time. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion or whatever, but when you come meeting after meeting and spend public time that's supposed to be for the good of the city and bring up these issues, I just feel like it's harassment of the council. I just want to mention my next door neighbors in Albany. A drone flew over their home, and they got a notice from State Farm that if they did not replace their roof, their home insurance wouldn't be renewed. So they replaced their roof. So, I mean, I don't have any problem with that kind of activity, but I thought that was a good thing for them, and so did they. Anyway, it just feels like you're being harassed, and I'm sorry.
Thank you for your comment.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Hi, my name's Brian Martin, Albany resident, 20 years. I live on the 600 block of Adams Street, and I wanted to talk about noticing a little bit. I've been with my backyard on adjacent to buildings on San Pablo Avenue. I've followed along. The city has had a lot of outreach for, even in the e-news, for like the San Pablo specific plan, the housing element. And so for people who have been following these things, it's been a lot of information. I recognize that the city has, from all those meetings, I've been educated that the city has goals, quotas for housing to try to incentivize the construction of half a block from me. There's the city approved 207 new homes. I never heard any of these people speak at the meetings on my behalf. And there's an equity component of the housing element. I learned a lot about that, where the city can't just put all the new housing in one neighborhood, like my neighborhood. It's gonna have to be on Solano and other places. The city has actually taken some time to explain how state law ties the city's hands in a lot of what it can and can't approve these days. So I would encourage people who are interested in these issues to just, be more engaged, maybe communicate with each other about what's going on. And I have a child who recently graduated from college. She has a decent paying job, but is wondering how she's gonna make ends meet and save for her future, where the housing is so scarce and expensive. My own parents, when they retired, felt like they couldn't live here. They moved about an hour away where it was more affordable. So I think a lot of people who don't live here are eager to see Albany get with the rest of the region and approve more housing. And so I encourage the city to continue its education of the public as to what the regulations are and what it can and cannot do. And I look forward to seeing more outreach in those regards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. This is Lucinda Young. I'm an Albany resident, homeowner, and a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition. And in this new year, I would like to urge the council to pursue actions to implement the Climate Action Adaptation Plan and to put action behind the Climate Emergency Declaration that the council issued last year. Thank you again for that declaration. As many of you are probably aware, today's day 2 of the new administration, and President Trump has pulled the U.S. out of the historic Paris Climate Accord, where 200 countries agreed to work together to address the climate crisis. He's also issued executive orders to end EV incentives, halt approval, new wind farms, and a whole host of other orders to stop federal efforts to transition away from fossil fuels. At the same time, climate scientists just declared last year, 2024, hottest year in recorded history, with 2023 the second hottest year. And last year, the planet crossed the consequential threshold of 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial levels. And we all know about the LA fires, which climate scientists tell us that are more intense and frequent due to human-caused climate change. The other countries in the Paris Climate Accord have pledged to move forward without the U.S. towards climate action, and many state leaders, including our state of California, have pledged to do the same. Cities have a more important role than ever in regard to climate action, and we in Albany need to do our part. I want to applaud the council for the climate action it's taken so far. In particular, I want to thank you for the heat pump rebate program, which I was a beneficiary of recently. Happy to report Albany's rebate application and process was very simple, unlike some rebate programs, and the waiver of permit fees also was helpful. Without these federal, state, and city incentives, we likely would not have been able to replace our gas appliances. I want to point out that the federal heat pump rebate program, which was part of the landmark Inflation Reduction Act, which finally became available in California last November, it was completely reserved last Friday. So those federal rebates are no longer available to Albany residents, which makes it even more important that we have this local rebate. I do have concerns that some staff are not aware of the city's climate emergency declaration and its specific findings, and would ask that that be addressed. One staff member who's in a position of decision-making told me that the hurricanes from last fall were actually unrelated to human activity and were naturally occurring, which directly contradicts the climate
Thank you for
emergency
your comment.
declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Manager, any response or comments pertaining to any good of the city comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing directly at this point in time.
Thank you.
May I make a remark? With regards to insurance, for any of those Albany residents or any that may be listening who are running into issues receiving insurance through private sector, there is a California Fair Plan program which can provide backup home insurance for those who are unable to find it through the private sector. So if you are in the situation where you are unable to find private sector insurance, there is a backup plan that California has.
Just so you know, I heard that that is actually running out of money now, too, so.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7, consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless the council member or member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Does anyone on council wish to discuss an item separately or pull from the consent calendar? Does any member of the public wish to comment on an item either identified or excuse me, reading off verbatim notes. Does a member of the public wish to pull an item from the consent calendar?
I have, did you want to comment? No, okay.
All right.
I'll move consent.
I will second.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
and Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
and the motion carries.
All right, we have no presentations this evening. Moving on to item 9, public hearing. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a collection of staff presenting.
Is this on? Yes. All right. Good evening, council members, Mayor Lopez, members of the public. I'm Leslie Mendez, the Building and Planning Manager, and I apologize in advance. I started coming down with a really bad cold today, so I'm trying to distance myself. Tonight, I am presenting what I hope is a quick set of cleanup amendments to the zoning ordinance related to accessory structures. Slide. The Planning and Zoning Code defines a structure as anything constructed or erected which requires a location on the ground. A building is any structure having a roof supported by columns or walls for the housing or enclosure of persons or property of any kind. And an accessory building is a detached subordinate building, the use of which is clearly incidental to that of a main building or to the use of the land. To ensure required yard areas and access ways remain substantially open and unobstructed, and that accessory buildings are used in a manner consistent with the general plan and the rest of the code. Subsection 20.24.130 of the Planning and Zoning Code establishes regulations for accessory buildings in residential districts. With few exceptions for things such as wireless facilities, however, the code is silent on regulations that apply to accessory structures that do not meet the definition of an accessory building, as well as for all accessory structures outside of residential districts. Types of accessory structures that do not meet the definition of a building include items such as outdoor cooking facilities and recreational installations. Property owners commonly request information on or permission to install a variety of accessory structures on properties throughout the city. And with a void in regulatory guidance, staff has been inconsistent in response, at times applying standards for accessory buildings when deemed applicable, and at other times prohibiting the installations if deemed inconsistent with the Planning and Zoning Code and/or general plan policies. Slide. The purposes of the proposed amendments are therefore to fill this regulatory void and to provide transparency, consistency, and clarity to property owners that accessory structures, with some exceptions to allow for flexibility, have the same standards as accessory buildings, and to ensure that their placement and use of these is used in a manner consistent with the general plan and the Planning and Zoning Code. Follows is a summary of the amendments. For full details, please do refer to the staff report and the attachments in your packet for tonight. Amendments include modifying the definition of building for clarity, to create a definition for accessory structure, to expand subsection 2024.130 to apply to all accessory structures throughout the city, well, mostly, to list types of accessory structures regulated elsewhere in the code, and this includes things such as ADUs, fences, wireless facilities, etc., and to exempt properties in the public facilities, the PF zoning district, from the regulations. This is in order to accommodate appropriate structures such as emergency responder communications equipment and/or sports fixtures such as goalposts that are associated with schools, parks, and emergency services of police and fire that are located in this district. There are also kind of flexibility/restrictional amendments. One is to remove the restriction prohibiting full bathrooms within accessory structures. One is to clarify exemptions that would allow temporary placement of accessory structures on a vacant lot. One is to establish specific setbacks and regulations on outdoor cooking facilities and fire pits to ensure public safety, and to allow height exceptions to accommodate certain common accessory structures such as basketball hoops and flagpoles. And finally, just a minor one is to eliminate the option to exceed established standards for tree houses, and this is due to the inability to meet the variance findings required, as well as due to the lack of building code standards to regulate safety of tree houses. Slide, yes. So on January 8th, 2025, staff presented these amendments to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who did recommend unanimously that City Council approve them. Staff does recommend that the City Council introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 2025-01, adopting these amendments to the Planning and Zoning Code related to accessory structures. And if and when, upon adoption, staff will bring it to the next available City Council meeting for the second reading. That concludes my presentation, but I am here for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Manager Mendez. Any discussion from council? Now taking public comment. Any public comments?
I guess, first off, this may be a question or maybe a concern, which would be any impact on the setback. Are there things that you couldn't before but now can be less than 3 feet from the property line, or is that unchanged?
I will, and after public comment, I can address any all comments.
Okay, I see, okay. So then I guess what I would say about this is, in general, it sounds like a good idea to make this amendment. But it sounds like maybe, we need, as the public, I'd like to see examples of what it was and what it will be, or what will change under this ordinance. And what, there's a little bit of a concern, I think, on my part that we're skipping over something. And some of the things I've seen around town with this, already with the ADUs, is really pushing the overcrowding people, blocking their sun on the south side. But that would be my concern about this, is what I'm seeing in the neighborhood is a lot of things that are over 6 feet and too close to the property line. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad that there'll be more flexible possibilities for creating more housing. I'm wondering if there'll ever be a discussion about any kind of rent control, or I'm just imagining people building these and then charging a lot of money for rent, and so not really helping with some of our housing challenges in Albany, which is people with lower incomes can't afford to live here. So I was wondering if that would ever be a discussion about that, about rents, would ever be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Manager Mendez, any response to public comments?
Yes, to the first comment, this ordinance is not reducing any setbacks. What it is actually clarifying that setbacks for all accessory structures are the same. So, and if it proves to be a problem in the future, as we know, we can amend ordinances to tweak to either be more flexible or more stringent, depending. As to the other comment about rent control, accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are actually not part of this section of the ordinance, but are regulated separately and have pretty stringent regulations from the state, so that's in a separate section in the ordinance. And so this ordinance amendment does not address rent control, but that is something that we will be potentially dealing with as we move forward with housing element implementation.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Looking for a motion.
I have discussion.
I knew you were going to have something.
It was going to be a really simple one. Thank you, Leslie, for bringing this forward and bringing it to the Planning Commission. Anytime I hear that staff is proactively looking at cleaning up ordinances and making sure that staff is able to respond consistently and applicants have a more consistent understanding, it makes me very happy.
And with that, I will introduce and waive first reading of ordinance 2025-02. Oh, 01, pardon me. Jumped ahead.
Second?
City Clerk.
Vice Mayor McQuay?
Yes.
Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Mendez. Now moving on to item 9-2, more amendment to the municipal code.
Yes. And I would like to introduce my colleague, Mira Han, who is an associate planner in our planning division in community development, and she will be doing the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public. I'm Mira Han, Associate Planner, the city. Nice to meet you all, if I haven't met you before. So tonight, I will be presenting to you some background and highlights for the proposed amendments to the current setback requirements for mechanical equipment and other related provisions included in Chapter 20 of the Albany Municipal Code, which is planning and zoning. Please refer to the staff report and attachment for more details. So this is a little bit of a background. So these amendments bring the regulations for mechanical equipment in alignment with the city's sustainability goals, which are primarily laid out in 3 specific policy documents, as you can see on this slide. So the first of all, the general plan. The conservation and sustainability element of the general plan includes goals to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions, identifies climate change as a planning consideration, and includes energy retrofits as a way to increase energy efficiency in the city. Also, the city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, adopted in December of 2019, identifies building electrification as a key strategy to attain the city's goal of 70% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2035. And finally, the City Council strategic plan initiatives also include a goal to advance climate action and adaptation and encourage electrification of existing buildings. So moving on. So yeah, as we said, one of the easiest ways to achieve building electrification is to replace actually gas appliances with all electric alternatives, such as heat pump mechanical equipment used for heating, air conditioning, or HVAC, and water heating. We should mention that during the last couple of years, the city has seen an increase in the number of heat pump permits relative to those gas-powered those related to gas-powered mechanical equipment. So despite this rapid adoption of heat pump technology, our current setback regulations make it difficult to install mechanical equipment on smaller and narrower lots. And we know that we have plenty of those in the city. So following direction received last year from the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Climate Action Committee to lower barriers for building electrification, staff, we took the ordinances and the code and reviewed the current regulations for mechanical equipment and revised them to give more flexibility to property owners to install heat pump units. So staff presented these amendments to the Planning and Zoning Commission on October 9th of last year and January 8th earlier this year. At those meetings, commissioners and the public voiced general support for the amendments, but also raised some concerns that the proposed amendments were not flexible enough in terms of location and screening allowances for heat pump equipment in order to facilitate their installation on smaller and narrower lots, as I said. Also, feedback was received to exempt mechanical equipment related to renewable energy from mechanical equipment requirements. Comments were also received about the need to have the amendments reach a good balance between leniency and, of course, impact considerations. And that it was also noted that the amendments can be, these and any amendments can be modified in the future if needed. So the amendments presented tonight for review incorporate the feedback received during these 2 Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. So let's talk about the goals that we identified for these amendments. So the first would be, as we said, to reduce barriers, to building electrification. So how we can do that is by increasing the areas where mechanical equipment can be located on a lot while ensuring that safety and performance standards are still met. Another important goal is to include mitigation measures to minimize potential impacts from mechanical equipment on neighboring properties. Another important goal is to make sure that the amendments simplify and clarify the provisions that regulate the location, installation, and performance of mechanical equipment. And lastly, of course, that they align with the city's climate action policies and goals. So let's go and dive deeper into this. So let's talk about the kind of like the marrow of the matter, which is the setback and location requirements, So to facilitate the installation of this type of equipment on smaller lots, And also to make it easier to understand and follow the regulations, the amendments would allow mechanical equipment to be installed in a rear yard in addition to an interior side yard. Reduce the setback from 5 feet to 3 feet for ground-mounted equipment. Allow installation of mechanical equipment on single-family and duplex residential properties in a street-facing yard, so that means a front or street side yard, subject to setback, height, and screening conditions. And also to place setback and location requirements for all mechanical equipment in a single section. So currently, for example, location requirements are located in different sections of the code, which makes it like super difficult for staff or everybody to understand, interpret, and implement. So, so this graphic illustrates the current setback and location requirements on a corner lot. So current requirements allow mechanical equipment to be installed in the interior, and I guess you cannot see my cursor, unfortunately, but the interior side yard, you can see it on the left side, and the rear yard, and with a 5-foot minimum setback. So the area you see in green is actually the only areas where mechanical equipment would be allowed to be installed in a very narrow lot. So yeah, as we had said before, you know, a lot of the lots in our city are actually very narrow, so meeting these requirements is very hard, if not impossible. So the proposed amendments, oh, and I should note, as you can see on the slide, that mechanical equipment right now under current regulations is not allowed on front yards or street facing, like side yards. So, of course, the proposed amendments would increase the areas where ground-mounted mechanical equipment can be located. So these are more or less like visually the amended regulations on this graphic. And just for illustration purposes, the dark dotted line that you see on the green zone, that dotted line represents the current setback line, right? As in the previous line, the green area still represents the areas where now it would be possible to install, allowable to install ground-mounted mechanical equipment. So you can see that the green area is much larger now as the amendments are reducing, as I said, the minimum required setback from 5 feet to 3 feet on side and rear yards, and also allow installation of mechanical equipment on street-facing yards with a 10-foot setback from the front property line and a 3-foot setback from the street side yard. Height and screening requirements would apply to equipment installed on street-facing yards only. Okay. So speaking of screening, our current code also contains dissimilar screening regulations. They're everywhere in different parts of the code. So the ordinance amendments propose to clean it up and consolidate screening requirements in one code section, limit screening requirements for ground-mounted equipment in street-facing yards. So that's, as I said, it would only be required for that type of equipment. Exempt rooftop mechanical equipment in commercial mixed-use, CMX, and public facilities, PF districts, and allow flexibility in the type of screening material. So lastly, the performance standards. So what are these? So the zoning ordinance includes adopted performance standards which apply to all types of uses and activities in the city. And their purpose is to prevent and mitigate potential adverse conditions that may impact properties and the communities as a result of these uses and activities. So as Albany households embrace electrification, staff has simultaneously received an increase in neighbor complaints related to associated noise and air impacts from this type of equipment. So taking this into consideration and of course making sure that our amendments meet the codified performance standards, the proposed amendments include clarification that all mechanical equipment would be subject to citywide performance standards, the addition of blown air as a mitigatable impact, and a requirement for additional measures if needed to ensure compliance. So this concludes our presentation for tonight, and with that, staff recommends that the city, so I should give a little bit of background. So on the January 8th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended that the City Council adopts and waives first reading of ordinance number 2025-02, adopting amendments to the Planning and Zoning Code related to mechanical equipment, with one amendment, as shown here on this slide, which can be incorporated into the second reading of the ordinance to be scheduled before the City Council at the next available meeting. Staff would like to take the opportunity to thank Council Member Jordan for bringing this up to our attention. So in incorporating language to exempt mechanical equipment related to renewable energy from these regulations, staff missed one reference that should have been deleted, as shown on this slide. So that's the small amendment on the amendment, the proposed amendment. So, so again, this small change can be incorporated into the second reading. And with that, we really conclude our presentation, and we're available for questions and comments from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Han. Any discussion from council?
Questions?
Oh, question, my bad.
I have a question, but I'm willing to go last unless anyone else has a question.
Since we were talking about insurance earlier, I'm cautious to whatever we do, that it would still be something that would be okay with the insurance companies, that it wouldn't be something that, oh, well, since you put this here, you know, that no longer qualifies you for insurance. I just want to make sure that, you know, further we move things out, or if we don't, do we need required setbacks for fire hardening measures, you know, with this equipment in different areas, you know, because obviously you probably wouldn't want it put near a tree or bushes, kind of thing like that. So I just wanted to know, what have we done research-wise around that?
So we, earlier today, we met with our fire chief and our fire inspector to discuss the kind of like the relationship, right, between these requirements or these regulations and fire safety. So currently what we discussed with the fire chief is that currently the city does not have an adopted fire ordinance regulating screening materials or landscape types. And right now, none are required for the fire zone that is the current designation for the city. So, however, the fire chief informed us that the state will soon be releasing updated local responsibility area maps which designate fire risk zones and may inform future regulations, right, for setbacks and types of materials, landscaping acceptable from a fire safety perspective. So once those maps are released, and if required, the city would move forward with comprehensive amendments to the fire and municipal code to apply not just materials for screening, but setbacks and all landscaping and materials with distances of structures, as well as other preventative measures. I should also say that in our response to an earlier question that Vice Mayor McQuaid asked related to fire safety as well. So even though the focus of the proposed amendments is to basically provide more flexibility for this equipment to be installed in smaller lots, the amendments go kind of like a step ahead, and they also remove screening requirements currently existing from side yards and rear yards. So screening would only be required on like street-facing yards, leaving the minimum 3-foot, access for fire free. So that was pretty much like the intent as well. Not only to facilitate, the installation of these equipment, but also to provide safety as well. And lastly, I think that it's important to note that the required screening in the front and the street-facing yards has to still meet screening regulations that are codified, which don't allow screening to be more than 3 foot in height. And anything higher than that would have to go through design review. I don't know if this kind of helps address a little bit of your questions, but yeah, unfortunately, like right now, we don't have an adopted fire ordinance regulating screening materials or landscapes. So.
If I could just add a few things. We haven't actually consulted with insurance providers on this. Individual manufacturers do have certain setbacks and distances required for the installation. If things change in the future, obviously we would be subject to those rules and regulations. However, there's also a benefit of having often electric appliances as opposed to gas appliances in your home. So for all we know, the insurance direction will be to start installing more of these, but we will be flexible as we move forward. So it's a good question.
Yeah, I just, because, the insurance companies keep moving the needle, and finding different ways to not insure certain properties. So I hate for somebody to go pay for something, have it set up, and then find out that now they can't get insurance because it's within a certain perimeter or proximity to things. So just keeping that ahead of the game there. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Mickey?
A question about applicability. So thank you for bringing this forward. The examples provided are for smaller lot, single family. Would these same regulations apply to a commercial building that came in and was doing heat pumps or other mechanical equipment on site?
So basically there will be, so the amendments are still, after the amendments, there will still be regulations, separate regulations for rooftop or roof-mounted mechanical equipment, right? Those would still have to be screened. However, a 5-foot setback requirement is, a 5-foot setback minimum is still required for rooftop-mounted and for mechanical equipment that is wall-mounted or ground-mounted that is higher than 5 feet from grade. So the purposes of that is also to mitigate any potential impacts on neighboring properties as well. So yes, that's a great question. There are separate regulations for that.
Ground-mounted actually would have the same setbacks as for commercial. It would be citywide, and the intent partly of this ordinance was to unify it and clarify it and have it be applicable to citywide.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from Councilmember Jordan or Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yeah, I have one. Thank you for your response today and sort of building on that tonight. But I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to be a little bit proactive, and I know we're not going to rewrite the fire code tonight, but perhaps having all screening be non-flammable. Looking at those pictures, some of them look like they were nice wooden screens. And then I read somewhere about the dense foliage, like for the front screening. And I'm thinking that maybe it would not hurt us to get a little bit ahead of this and have all screening be non-flammable. Is that possible?
That is the discretion of you as council tonight. The purposes of these amendments, again, was for flexibility of installation of mechanical equipment to facilitate the electrification of buildings. If you were to choose something like that, it would make it a little bit of an enforcement, even a verification issue. However, and it also wouldn't apply to anything else that would be in your yard, such as other landscaping or fencing or other structures. So when we did meet today specifically to discuss this with the fire department today, we kind of concluded that, well, we couldn't conclude it, that since the new fire maps are coming out, which may rezone all of Albany or parts of Albany into a different fire zone, that it would be best to do a comprehensive amendment at that time to respond appropriately.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Moving on to public comments for item 9-2. City Clerk, you can take a tally of how many folks we have online and as one and one. Perfect. Start in person, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here tonight. I have a lot of experience with this topic. First of all, just want to say I support the spirit of the initiative, and it does make sense to consolidate some of this stuff. And just a little, how much time do I get? 3 minutes, okay. So just a little background for most people, that most of Albany was divided up into 25 by 100 lots back in 1860. These were recombined, and at some point, 37 by 100 became the minimum. So in terms of some of these lots that we're talking about, typically the houses are built no more than 3 feet, sometimes on the property line. So even with this new standard, there may not be anything left. You may only have 3 feet on the side. But then that said, my concern is about noise. Now my situation, my house, where my HVAC is, it's about 4 feet from the property line. I have a very large compressor that's very noisy. It's right outside my bedroom. I can't use it at night. My next door neighbor has a much smaller, quieter model that, and I forgot to mention, mine is in the back. My next door neighbor has one that's much quieter, that it seems to be barely within the 5-foot setback, but then I'm 4 feet, so that's a total of 9 feet. I still hear it inside my house. So I think a lot of this, what I'm thinking about is on some of the blocks where they're all 25 by 100, houses are very small, close together. I think noise is going to be a problem. So I think maybe your setback requirement depends on the noise level, the size and noise level of the compressor, and that maybe this should be, we need something in here that limits the decibel level that reaches the neighboring property. So that's, for the most part, that's my negative comment. The other good part, I think allowing the compressors in front is a good idea. That was a limitation that came up with my installation. I believe I wanted to put it in front and was told I couldn't because of city code. So I think that's a good place. Maybe we need some screening for noise. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have one more in person, it looks like.
Thank you, Brian. You reminded me that sound is the most important issue in terms of sleeping at night. I'm the kind of person that sleeps with the window open every night I can for at least 2.5 seasons a year. I can't do it right now, and I hate it because it's just too cold. So, but I have been told, and I'd like to hear if you know about this, whether the new heat pumps are quieter or not. Because I don't know when Brian got his or his neighbor got theirs, but that should be one of the most, for me, a major concern about this. And I'm not sure whether a difference between 3 feet or 5 feet from the property line is going to make that big of a difference. It's more about the decibel level. I'd like to hear more about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We have more hands raised.
Yeah, hi, Nick Peterson. I'm an Albany resident and a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition. I'd like to say I really support this. I did write a letter to the City Council. I'm in the process of putting 2 very small heat pump split systems into my home, and then I will sever and remove the gas. One thing I wanted to, I appreciate Hanson Romero's concern about safety, but remember, this gets rid of gas. Houses piped with gas are at a huge, huge disadvantage. You can get auto shutoffs and whatnot, but fires from gas are much more likely to happen than fires from heat pumps. Heat pumps aren't creating high-level heat. They certainly don't create air hotter than, I don't think even, most of, 150 degrees or something. They're certainly not going to create heat that combusts planting materials. Small planting materials that screen aren't the same as, big, larger trees and shrubs that are all around the home. So I think having a planting, I would hate to see planting as a screening issue eliminated. I mean, are you really going to make everybody in Albany rip all the plants out from around their house? I don't think so. Also, the equipment that's coming in now this is something our area isn't really used to, and it's relatively new. The older equipment, especially what you used to see out in the valley or in the Midwest with these big round carrier drums that had the fan and would just whir away, that is not what is happening now. Certainly it makes sense to make sure your house is as efficient as possible so you can simplify and make smaller the units you're using. And there might be some consideration of that, but these units are quite small and they make, intermittently low compensation level hums. I mean, probably there's a good encouragement in that, if someone's concerned about this, you probably have dual pane windows if you're still hearing your neighbor, talk in their home. Probably means you should make your windows more higher performance if possible, or at least plan for that because it's needed for being energy efficient anyway. So I think some of these things just are going to take a little bit of getting used to. You go to Europe and Asia, you see these things all over the place. I mean, almost too much. I mean, they're just hanging on everything, historical buildings, wherever. And they're kind of small and have little pipes running from them. But, we got used to having cars parked in the driveway and that's an aesthetic we accept now. So we should just accept having these little small boxes around, relatively minorly screened. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes, this is Lucinda Young, Albany resident, homeowner, and also a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition. I have heat pumps recently installed just in the last month, and I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised by the previous speakers. First of all, we have a noise ordinance in Albany. That solves the noise problem. These appliances have to comply with the city noise ordinance. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's 50 decibels at the property line. But, that deals with the noise problem. Also, these newer units are very quiet. And there is a difference in sound level, and it's got to comply with the city ordinance. And there are many available that are well below the city ordinance. And also, there was a comment that whether it's 5 feet or 3 feet really shouldn't make much difference. Well, I am here to say that it makes a huge difference. I've got exactly 5 feet between my side yard to the property line. 2 years ago, I wanted to put in a heat pump because of the setback, 5-foot setback requirement. Could not do it. It was only after spending a lot of money and a lot of time to come up with another solution that I was finally able to get the heat pumps installed. So, a lot of homes in Albany, that difference between 5 feet and 3 feet can make a difference. And I would strongly encourage you to pass this ordinance. It's gas in buildings accounts for about 40% of our city's greenhouse gas emissions. This is a real critical part of realizing our climate action and adaptation goals. I would also mention that it's often very complicated to find a proper space for a heat pump. There's a whole lot of things to consider, like how far it is from the electrical panel. If you're putting in a heat pump, hot water, the distance from the kitchen or the bathrooms, the hot water, just many considerations which make it complicated. And if we want to encourage the installation of these units, and we do, we need to make it a little easier, and reducing the setback from 5 to 3 is an important part of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Go ahead, David. Please go ahead and send your comment to citycouncil@albanyca.org.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm David Wimmer. I'm also a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition, and I wanted to just pass on my agreement with the two previous speakers. Just want to reiterate, yes, I think we need as much flexibility as we can offer to find locations. The devil is in the details, and as the previous speaker noted, that we just, with these small lots and minimum kind of setbacks, it just becomes a challenge, and there just aren't in many cases a good location and option, and drives up costs to maybe try and shoehorn something in that really isn't efficient or ideal. So I am sensitive to the sound issues, potential sound issues and impacts. But we do have current ordinance, or and maybe that issue needs some further attention. But we just put in a big heat pump system, and I am just astounded at how quiet the heat pump is. I mean, when I first went, we ended up putting it on the roof because of setback issues, and when I went up there first time to listen to it, I was like, oh, it's not even on. And it wasn't until I got like within 2 feet that I just hear this little whisper, of sound, and I was like just shocked that this can't be running. This must be some low energy mode that we're in, and but that was the full operational full operations happening, and it's just incredible how quiet it is now. Maybe not all systems are like that, but certainly I think the technology is there, and there's a lot that are available that have that real minimum sound coming out of them. So yes, I do support a 3-foot setback, and just providing more opportunities for success with our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, bringing it back to council for discussion. I'll just get this rocking and started, and just state that around the concern of noises of heat pump, primarily new ones, it's been my experience that newer ones are significantly quieter. I know that from personal experience because I just had one installed, and I'm getting another one ready to get installed pretty soon. Similar to what we've heard in public comments, I didn't even know that bad thing was on. And the one that I have installed is intended to power about just under 2,000 square foot living space. So that gives you an idea of how much power is being, maybe power is not the right word, but it gives you an idea of how much energy is being supplied to that habitable space or dwelling unit, and the significance of how quiet the system is. I can't speak for older systems, but I would imagine that rightfully so, they probably do have issues or concerns with noise. However, I would hope and assume that any legitimate contractor who is installing such devices is doing so in accordance with local policy and ordinances. And I would just caution folks that if you have a contractor come in, you make sure they are doing things by the book. They get paid a pretty penny to do things the right way and correctly to best serve your needs. I'll also just, before we get into further discussion, just again thank Planner Hahn and Manager Mendez for presentation. I think this is a phenomenal step forward in being proactive, and how we as a small community can make great, big, large steps forward in encouraging people to be more climate resilient and reduce our dependency on gas systems. I will state from personal experiences that it can be really tricky. If those who are unfamiliar with the installation of heat pump HVAC systems, it becomes really tricky if you can't put them on a particular side of your house or property to be as close as possible to, say, a bedroom or a living room. And so sometimes when they have to potentially be relocated or installed towards the back of a house, it kind of becomes counterproductive of trying to conserve energy, but you're utilizing more energy to do so. So from my personal perspective, I would just say that I'm deeply appreciative that the Planning and Zoning Commission, city staff, again, have been proactive on this, because I believe this does potentially open a door for many other folks who live in our community to consider the option to electrify their home and not necessarily need to be overly concerned about the existing setback requirement. Any comments from fellow council members? Councilmember Mickey?
Any other council members?
Just thank you, and it's nice to meet you, by the way. I don't believe we met before, so thank you for the presentation and the work. I didn't catch that this also eliminated the screening requirement for mechanical equipment in side yards and backyards, and I think that's a great plus in terms of fire safety, because I know one of the big issues with fire hardening is not having any wooden anything appurtenant that is attached to the structure and or near the structure, and so this would accomplish that goal as well. We did receive a communication about the advantage. The communication was put in the terms of make it a requirement. I am in no way in support of making it a requirement, but the advantage of building owners having an energy audit done and doing some retrofitting, because they can actually reduce the size of the heat pump, dramatically with a modicum of energy retrofitting. So I would just encourage staff to the extent that there are education sessions from time to time that the city conducts around heat pumps, that be included, that actually you can save money by doing some energy retrofitting. You'll save money overall on the project. So again, thank you for your work.
Perhaps that kind of language could be put on the heat pump rebate website, on our website. So people are going there already. Consider some other upgrades. So I'm going to echo what my fellow council members have said in terms of thanks for both being proactive about this and really helping us all meet our goals and make these easier. You pretty much had me at making something easier, removing barriers and consolidation. Leslie has heard this a lot from me. But I will raise one concern, which is, and I'll caveat first by saying I understand in most new construction, whether it's commercial or residential, you have the ability to place these heat pumps or mechanical equipment anywhere, and you're going to find a place that maximizes the ability to use the yard and whatnot. However, I am a little concerned that by having this blanket on residential, commercial, regardless if it's a retrofit of a property or it's a new construction, that we're relaxing these standards, that you could end up in a situation where people are not taking advantage of that. When they're designing it, they could design the heat pump to be put on the ceiling, that they could design it to be put on the side of the house, which is adjacent to a driveway, which automatically makes it outside of the 5 feet zone. So I raise that specter a little bit, just that, totally understand everything that you're doing in terms of, especially when you're dealing with an existing house, that either you're not touching the house or you're doing a small addition, having the flexibility where you can place it matters a lot. When you're talking about a house, which doesn't happen too often in Albany, but where they're starting from scratch, that's where I start to have a little bit of concern. Generally, when I review plans from other cities or other projects, they're not putting them as freestanding things on the ground, but it is always those problem situations where someone comes in isn't as creative about it, and now they're meeting the letter of the law as to what we're saying about the setbacks. And that's maybe a single-family lot. It's not a big concern because it's only one house. But what happens when something is along San Pablo Avenue redevelops? It's a mid-block property, so it doesn't go all the way through. And now, for whatever reason, this developer decides to put all the mechanical equipment at the ground floor level 3 feet from a rear property line when they could have placed it in many other locations. And so I do raise this question about the applicability of this on pretty much new construction. So I have a little bit of concern there. I will emphasize with staff, I am not advocating that we attempt to rewrite this right now, nor that staff rewrite it before second reading. But that if this could be brought to Planning Commission as a question so that it could have more robust discussion and exactly on what the language would be. So I'm just gonna leave that there, and that was my only comment, was if staff, encourage staff to look at applicability for new construction. Because I would emphasize, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Councilmember Mickey. Always looking ways to spice things up. Any other comment?
I do want to add here that, I'm definitely for, moving things forward. I just, like I said, that's why I wanted caution. I want to make sure that we don't do something that's going to get undone by some other agency or something else like that. And I hope this is still correct, but I believe that there's also a library series that's going to be going on this weekend on Sunday. They're going to be talking about more electrification opportunities, and so I think do we have information on that on our website about that? I'm not sure.
I think it was in the e-news.
Was it in the e-news? Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that people who have some interest in this can come and hear more about this if they have questions and stuff. So thank you, staff, for all your information.
Councilmember Hanson-Romero, when is that event?
Sunday.
Sunday at? Sunday.
It's in the e-news.
Join
the e-news. I believe it's 3 p.m. is what I have.
Okay.
I hope that information is still accurate, but that's what I have in my calendar anyway.
Okay, just one for anybody who's listening.
Well, and I think it's important for anybody who's planning on doing any sort of, renovation work or property prep or whatever else, to come and hear more about it and get some questions answered. I see, I don't know if Mr. Peterson could confirm. I just saw his hand raised, but anyway.
Yep, I'm entertaining a motion.
Okay, I'll move that we introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance 2025-02.
I'll enthusiastically second, and I purposely was looking at Preston because I was going to try and beat him, make sure I got to be his.
You did that time.
I wasn't fast enough on the previous one.
May I clarify that's with the recommended correction of language in the ordinance as highlighted
Yes.
on the screen?
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson-Romero,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you again, Manager Mendez and Planner Han.
Could I ask for a little 5-minute break possibly before we move on?
Yes, we will take a 5-minute break and come back at 8:40 p.m. All right, folks, calling this meeting back at 8:44 p.m. We will resume where we left off at item 10, unfinished business, item 10.1, council member appointee to the Audit and Fiscal Sustainability City Council Committee. Do we have any report from staff?
Yes. Good evening, council. This is a carryover item from the December 16th council meeting where the city council adopted resolution number 2024-88 establishing an audit and fiscal sustainability city council standing committee on matters pertaining to audit, budget, and fiscal sustainability. And standing committees of the council are to be comprised of a maximum of 2 council members and meet in compliance with Brown Act. Any recommendations for actions from this form of committee would be referred back to the full council for consideration. And at the December meeting, since there were more than 2 council members who were interested in serving on this standing committee, the council has agreed to carry the appointment to this meeting. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any questions from council? Thank you. Do we have any public comments? We'll start with comments here in person. You have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'm confused. You're not announcing who wants to be on the subcommittee, so we can kind of ascertain that. So it would be helpful to the public before we comment to find out where you guys are going with it. But I will introduce myself as Francesco Papalia, one of the Financial Advisory Committee members for 3 years that was rather abruptly terminated at one of your meetings last year. And the main thing that I want you to acknowledge and that you're taking on is that that the 5 of us worked pretty hard for 3 years and put in a lot of time and energy and understanding the financial status of the city, basically covering everything that's on this piece of paper. That's what we've been doing for 3 years. And that you decided, despite all of our efforts over those 5 years, that 2 heads were better than 5, which is kind of a reverse of, 2 heads are better than 1. For you, in your version, 2 heads are better than 5. And I still don't hear of anything about how this group might interact with the public, in particular the former members of the FAC that spend so much time on this subject, on these dozen subjects that you're signing up for. But I will reiterate the 2 main things that I have come to bring to the council maybe 3 or 4 times over the last 6 months to a year. The 40 to 50 million unfunded pension liability. So those of you who want to be on this committee, I'd like to hear what you think about that. The public should know how you're going to discuss that and bring that and deal with that. The other is the projected deficits that will be coming because we've already, as we know, we've lost $250,000 from Golden Gate Fields and potentially could lose $2 million if the Golden Gate Fields is sold to a non-taxable agency of the state government. So please address that, those of you who want to be on this committee, those issues, the 2 issues, and how you will deal with the public and all the information that the FAC acquired from their 3 years of study. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mala, can I request something? I think Francesco, the member of the public who spoke, raised an important issue that might be good to raise before other members of the public provide input. One that is a standing committee, which means that they are publicly noticed meetings. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are subject to the Brown Act.
Okay. And then the other one was the three members of the council who had expressed interest in being part of the, I don't think I knew the title was this at the time, but the Audit and Fiscal Sustainability City Council Committee. Is it all right if I just say that it was, Molly's not telling me to stop. So it was myself, Councilmember Hanson Romero, and Councilmember Jordan expressed interest. So those are the three members that expressed interest. I was, sorry.
All good.
On my behalf, the mayor introduced that I was interested in being participating.
And actually, before we go on any further, I had expressed interest during the last meeting, and personally speaking, I think I'm just going to have to withdraw that. So I'm gonna back away from it. I do have thoughts about it. I do have interest about it. I've talked to a lot of other people. I also just wanted to say for the members of our FAC that worked really hard and spent a lot of time, it does not go unnoticed, and I want everybody to know that your input was very valuable. It's something that I believe that moving forward into this, it's all going to be taken under consideration very carefully. And, you know, in order to move things forward and hopefully more exponentially and efficiently, get some things taken care of that maybe that we've all been wanting to see happen, but maybe just has not fully developed plans yet. So with that, just wanted to put that out there so we can try to move forward more effectively.
All good. Thank you. We'll save more of that for discussion. We'll move back on track with public comment. Look like we have one more in person. 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Brian Beal again. And it seems maybe this is hindsight's the better part of valor, and I'm a little bit late here that this decision's already been made. I guess it's great to know that the city council thinks that they're such great experts on financial matters that they no longer need this great committee to advise them. I just would say the timing looks like a bad decision at a bad time. That here we have an authoritarian government taking over in Washington, and it looks like the city council wants to limit the ability of the public to give input to its decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hey, this is Kim Trainer, former member of the Financial Advisory Committee and 27-year Albany resident. I'd like to comment on this new standing committee that will be formed and just give a couple of comments of things that were of importance to our committee and echo some of the comments that Francesco Papalia had made. There are several pressing fiscal issues that are impacting the city. Probably the most important of those is the pension UAL, and this has increased and there's been a lot of volatility. When we first reported on this back in the summer of 23, I believe it was, the unfunded liability was $43 million based on the June 30, 2020 actuarial report. That's increased to $53 million, or nearly 25% based on the June 30, 23 actuarial report. These are numbers that are out of the city's control, but that certainly have a large impact on future budget concerns. The city's minimum required UAL payments are going to be escalating dramatically through about the year 2032, And as a result of that, I really encourage the council to look further than 2 years ahead in addressing this issue, since the UAL payments are going to be a very large factor in city budgets for at least the next 8 years or so. Also, the city needs to create a policy related to pension funding. There's really a lot of issues going on here that I think this standing committee is going to be taking on a lot of important issues. On the revenue side, as has been previously mentioned, with Golden Gate Fields closing, that's anywhere from $250,000 to $300,000 of sales tax and racetrack revenue that's being lost, and more potentially if the property's sold to a non-tax paying entity. So there's recommended rezoning that we think needs to be considered for that parcel of land. So I think that these issues should factor in the upcoming strategic planning sessions. This was something that had been discussed, that our committee was going to be allowed to participate in those strategic planning sessions and have some input on constructing the new biennial budget. And the city needs to think about these issues, obviously, for the next budget, but also to create a longer-term plan that goes out farther than 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Go ahead.
Gregory Bowen, retiree of the Albany Police Department. During the last several years, I've participated in the Financial Advisory Committee's meetings and was very disappointed in the sunsetting of this committee and appreciative of their work. I agree with the points raised for consideration in Judy Kerr's attached letter to council tonight. Judy Kerr is a former member of the FAC, and she has a very good sense of the time and work involved in the tasks ahead. It's my hope that selected council members will have the time and availability for the task at hand. I think there are very competent members of the council. I look forward to standing committee beginning its work. I'd like to see the standing committee move in the direction of developing a formal pension funding plan to address the unfunded pension liability. This is a very serious issue that, in my view, needs a formal plan. The new committee's work is extremely important and will affect virtually all operations of our city. I plan to participate in the standing committee's work, and it's my hope that former members of the FAC will also participate, as they have individually and collectively have attained a good body of knowledge regarding the fiscal operation of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Do we have any response from city staff regarding any inquiries made during public comments?
I think all of the topics raised are well noted and established in the resolution dictating the charge of this council committee. We have a calendar noting a lot of the items raised, which are already underway by staff, and I'm very much looking forward to the public forum to discuss these further.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for discussion, and before we get into that, I just want to make clear that on the attached item for the agenda, there was no name to particularly mention on who would like to be considered for the standing committee. Rather, it was indicated that due to council member Mickey not being in attendance, that it was better suited that we have this conversation on selection when everybody is here, because Councilmember Mickey had communicated that he had interest via email prior to the meeting, which goes without saying. This is the point of the discussion for anyone and everyone who's at the dais right now. If they'd like to throw their hat into the cage in this moment. We did hear from Councilmember Hanson Romero, though, that she had expressed previous interest and may potentially retract that interest in participating now, but you never know. Folks' minds may change within 5 minutes. So with that said, I will leave it to folks here on council to make any discussion points.
So I am, sorry, I'll say, I still am interested in serving on this subcommittee. I do want to emphasize, because I have seen a lot of social media chatter or email. These will be publicly noticed meetings. Public will have every opportunity to participate in the meetings and every agenda item. It is different than what we as a council did last session, where we had some ad hoc committees, which were not public meetings. They were really the ability for two council members to meet and bring something back to council. But as a standing committee, they are fully noticed, fully public. And again, I'll express my interest in serving in this subcommittee.
Any comments from Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Not at this point, but
And I will just offer I remain interested in serving as well.
Any?
I have faith in you guys.
I think the members of the public did raise some important issues. I think many important issues, and I think from my perspective, hoping that I'm not creating a Brown Act violation accidentally here, but I think we as a committee will have to have conversations with the previous Financial Advisory Committee. And should I be selected, one of my hopes would be that one of our first agenda items would be able to have a meeting with the previous Financial Advisory Committee. I also believe that particularly the pension liability, it's really not what is the solution, but what are the many solutions that we have to be exploring, because I don't believe there's a solution.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I'm hoping that wasn't somehow tried to keep it neutral.
I'll just offer my understanding, and it's what's posted on the city's page regarding Golden Gate Fields and the potential transition there. I think it was mentioned by a commenter that if the property became untaxable, it would be that the taxes from the property produce $2 million for the city per year. What is on the city's website is it is $1 million per year. The commenter might have been including the portion of the revenue that is for the school district, which I think the website has as $700,000 a year. But I just wanted to clarify. It's a big number, but that's the number, at least as the city currently has it posted.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Any other further discussion? Otherwise, I will look to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Mickey to the Audit and Fiscal Sustainability City Council Committee.
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you, Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Mickey, for daring to step in the cage. Moving on to item 11, new business. We have a couple items here. We will start with item 11.1, in reconsidering public engagement structure established for housing element policy implementation. Do we have a report from city staff?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Lopez and council members. I'm Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director, and I'm joined here with Leslie Mendez, our Planning and Building Manager, who is managing the implementation of the housing element on a day-to-day basis. So the action before the City Council this evening is to provide you an opportunity to reconsider the public engagement structure established for housing element policy implementation. And in presenting this, we acknowledge that this is kind of a last minute, more than a last minute change to something that we recommended to you last year. And it runs counter to what we typically do in this community of engaging with commissions and committees to vet and explore alternatives and options and issues and so forth before bringing it to council. But this last-minute change has been driven by a couple of things. First is our experience with establishing the Housing Advisory Commission over the last year or so, which has been moving slowly. And secondly, some new information that we learned on Thursday morning regarding the California Department of Housing and Community Development, we refer to that department as HCD, on their reporting requirements and their enforcement intentions, which have been changing rather dramatically in recent years. A little bit of background just to refresh your memory. The housing element is a state-mandated chapter of the city's general plan. It requires our city and all cities in California to develop policies and programs to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community. In February of 2023, the council approved our housing element. It was submitted to the state HCD for their certification, which was granted in September of 2023. The housing element has 57 programs that we're committed to evaluating, and over an 8-year period, which frankly we find a little overwhelming if you think just about the volume of that work. Some of them are pretty straightforward, some of them are quite challenging, but nonetheless, that's a ton of work. In the certification of our housing element, the state HCD identified 10 programs that they felt were particular priorities. And from our perspective, the most challenging one, the one that's going to create the most intense discussion and the most difficult decisions for council, relate to tenant protections. And thus, we're anxious to get started with that discussion. A little bit of background on the Housing Advisory Commission adoption process. We came to you in March of 2024 with some discussion about implementation of the housing element and recommended establishment of the Housing Advisory Commission, and that it include representatives of the whole spectrum of policy issues associated with housing policy and tenant protections, including representative as a tenant, representative of a local educational institution, and a rental provider. What we've learned in the past year is it's been a challenge to organize and maintain a commission that's fully representative. I won't take the time to rehash all of that history. It's in your staff report. But the bottom line is we've managed to have one meeting in the last year. And the soonest we could, if you were to take action this evening, to take action on the appointments that you have this evening and to make an additional appointment, the soonest we could have a commission meeting would be in March, which puts us in a squeeze with preparing our reports to HCD, and a little bit more about that. So every year we're required to prepare and submit to HCD what's called the annual performance report. Sometimes in the blogs and stuff you'll hear it referred to as the APR. Sorry, lots of acronyms in this business. I'll try not to use them too much. This has historically been a pretty straightforward exercise by staff. It's an Excel spreadsheet that they send us. We fill it out, we upload it. Among other tabs in this big spreadsheet, the bulk of the report is building permits that have been applied for and issued, and then housing units that have been completed. And that's very detailed. I won't go into that part of it. But one of the tabs is an Excel table of a column that has all of our programs and policies that we're supposed to act on as part of our housing element. And then a second cell for each one of those that says status. And historically, at most a sentence would go in there. It might be underway or completed or maybe a little bit more detail, but nothing more than just that. And frankly, we have never, and over the years here in Albany, we've never gotten any feedback from HCD about what goes into that annual report. I'm not aware of other cities getting feedback from HCD. However, on Thursday, we learned that we'll have a new, much more detailed Excel spreadsheet to wrestle with this year, and that thanks to the actions of the state legislature and governor, HCD is empowered with new enforcement authority. So we'll have to demonstrate, if there is progress, we have to demonstrate it in much more detail, attaching resolutions and ordinances and dates and so forth. And that will be reviewed by a new enforcement division that has been put in place at HCD. And then finally, while we would not normally view ourselves as targets for enforcement, the last thing we learned was that they intend to select cities for review in alphabetical order. So, unless you want to quickly change the name of the city, we'd like to get prepared for the possibility of more detail to our housing element progress. And at first, we expect that this would be, maybe some technical assistance or some just a engagement with them, but ultimately, it's a serious issue and can lead to decertification of a housing element. I think there have been a few threats of that already, if not an action taken by at least HCD against at least one city. I'm not following that super carefully, but we do want to be able to demonstrate progress. Not so much this year, because 2024 is done. We're going to have to tell them that we didn't get anything done on these tenant protections in 2024. But in 2025, by December, we want to be able to demonstrate that we've made some substantial progress on tenant protections, if not the other items as well. So, given all this, we thought it was important to give you an opportunity to discuss the engagement process here this evening. You can certainly continue forward with, keep the path forward that you've already identified, fully appoint the Housing Advisory Committee and Commission, and we would organize those meetings and move that forward as quickly as possible. The alternative would be to dissolve the Housing Advisory Commission and let staff do a more kind of workshop form of public engagement, where we, while perhaps more, well, not perhaps, certainly more intensive work for us to organize, it would be done in a manner that we're getting hopefully all that same engagement that would come to a Housing Advisory Commission, and also gives us some flexibility in terms of scheduling meetings and times and locations, so forth, that we don't have with a commission that, generally speaking, meets on a fixed schedule once a month. So with that, I'll pause. Both Leslie and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bond. I'll bring it to council for any question. Bear in mind, this is a moment for questions. I'm sure, have a lot to discuss, but we will save that for a discussion portion. Any question from council at this time for Director Bond or Manager Mendez?
So when does ALB come up? In other words, when might HCD audit the city? And are they auditing the 2024 report, or are they coming in and auditing like what its status as of that moment? Or we don't know.
The impression that we got the other day is that they will begin reviewing, and they didn't use the word audit. They just introduced their enforcement division and that they would be reviewing our submissions. So to give them credit, they weren't really putting the screws to us quite yet. But it sounds like they will be reviewing our submittal for this annual performance, APR, and be using that as the foundation for engaging with us at whatever level they choose to do that. And we don't have any more detail than what was verbally shared with us in this webinar Thursday morning.
So I'm gathering the surmise is that APR's not going to look great, and if we can then demonstrate, well, we are making progress this year as sort of a back action that might satisfy the enforcement division.
That would be our hope and expectation, I think, frankly. But even setting aside HCD, we have a lot of work to do, and the clock is running, and if we don't have to report it in these next few years, we'd have to report it when this, in 2031, when a new housing element needs to be prepared. So sooner or later, we're going to have to wrestle with this, and we're anxious to get going.
Since you brought up the decertification term, I think it would be helpful for people here, if anybody who's listening, to know what that actually means in terms of practical consequence, should that happen?
And Leslie, please jump in if I'm forgetting anything that can, but you know, there's a couple of different avenues that seem to be the biggest issues there. First of all, on many, if not almost all of our grant applications through the state, there is a check the box, do you have a certified housing element? So I would expect that it would dramatically affect our ability to get grants across all different subject areas, whether it's housing or transportation or social services or so on. It's just one of those things that's the box that's checked. You know, it certainly could impact any housing specific initiatives that we want to do. And then thirdly, it essentially tells, it essentially decertifies our entire general plan, which is the foundation of our regulatory authority as land use planners. And so without that, there's a potential that someone could come in and apply to do something, particularly in the housing realm, that would otherwise not be allowed if we had a general plan and a housing element and a zoning code. And this is sometimes referred to as the builder's remedy. It's kind of the heavy hand that if you don't have a housing element, somebody can come and do whatever they want in terms of building housing. There's a lot of talk about that, not a lot of real hard examples of projects actually coming out of the ground, but there's certainly a lot of discussion about that in cities up and down the state right now.
Thank you.
Director Bond, are there also potential fines that would be applied to the city of Albany?
I'm not sure. There might be. We haven't studied the statutes. I don't know whether their regulatory authority extends to, I don't know if Mala or Leslie are familiar with that. I don't know.
I think the fines are typically when you deny a project.
Any other further questions from council?
I have a couple questions. In the alternative process that you started to describe, Director Bond, would it be possible that those who had applied for the HAC in the past or who have applied this year, that we could form an advisory body for that process? But it's not an advisory body to the council, and as such would not require public notice for those meetings. So I'm thinking when I have run public processes in the past, we might have a stakeholder group or an advisory group that is advising staff, right, on like ideas and things, but it's no, they're not advising council, and as such, it's not a the public noticing is not the same. I am in particularly one of my concerns with two. Well, what I like about two is that things could potentially move faster. What I'm concerned about two is that we lose. How much of the ability do we lose to have some stakeholders who are able to be more invested in the process? So that is a question either for Director Bond or Mala. Mala's quickly looking something up, so.
I was just looking up the definition in the Brown Act, but I believe whether it is, I think it's the action that you create to create the body, whether it's providing direction to staff or to you, it ultimately will come back to you in some sort of recommendation. But I am looking at the definition, so what I'm getting at is that they would be subject to the Brown Act.
Okay, your initial, okay.
Can I add just one thing? If you were to go with this new alternative, it would be the intention of staff to outreach to all people who did apply. We were very excited about the idea of the hack, but as you know, we are still one seat short, which also, though not raised directly, was another thing that came up, that we were still in a period of stasis. So
that goes to question number 3 on my list.
Yes. So we have the people who had been appointed are amazing, and I would love to continue to involve them as well as expand that, but also not be held up if one of them no longer wishes to participate.
Okay.
Well, and I just want to say that, you know, I do know of people who are interested in filling that seat. However, I think there was a little unsure of hold off for a little bit, but I do know that there are people who are interested in applying for that seat, but.
All right, any questions, Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes, if we were to be just decertified, is that the right word? Uncertified? Does that open us up for legal challenges, say, by a developer? Or if they wanted to do something and we said no, and they said, well, you don't have a housing element. And yeah, Mala's nodding.
That's where the fines come in and the builder's remedy that Jeff mentioned.
I think that's a few years off. I think we can take steps. If we were to get anywhere close to that sort of a decertification, we would be back again with all sorts of recommendations about how we can avoid that. I'm sure that we can avoid that, but I do think some pressure will be put on us before that ultimate action could we be at that threat for a decertification.
Also, quick question. I mean, there's been a couple of projects that have already basically been approved to move forward, but as I understand it, the current builders are kind of holding out because the projects don't pencil out for them quite yet financially. So I don't know of how many builders would be ready to jump in and go right now anyway. So, but that's.
Councilmember Hanselman, I would agree with anything going vertical. However, there have been proposals in other communities for builders' remedies where people just want their approvals. So they just want the rights to be able to do something, whether or not they build it after they get the rights or they wait as long as the statutes allow them to wait to go vertical. So that is a danger. But I think most cities are not experiencing an inundation of applications for development permits or zoning permits, and definitely not as many builders' remedies. But I would say there is still that threat that someone could be just looking for the entitlements, which can be pretty substantial for some communities. Two questions. Director Bond, you mentioned that we can move fast forward, that staff could move forward with the process, with a different process. Is that intended to be an internally staff-led process, or would that require hiring a consultant? Just thinking about how long it actually takes to hire a consultant.
Right. We've talked about whether we could build some capacity, some technical capacity within our organization. We're general practitioners in our office because we do a lot of different things. So we might want to build some consultant capacity into that, but we wouldn't wait for a formal RFP process to start this. And I think for the first few meetings, particularly tenant protections, I think we have our arms around the basic issues, and we could get to a point where we might bring somebody on to turn it over to them to say, okay, here's the policy direction from council, write an ordinance, or draft an ordinance, or draft a policy document that we would probably want to use a consultant. I wouldn't imagine it being a major role. It wouldn't be a huge consulting assignment. It'd be more technical in nature.
All right.
If I could just add one thing, I think we'll be looking to get assistance from a consultant, with whichever alternative we move forward with.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. And my last question is for Mala, and asking, so in 11-1, it says to adopt resolution 2025-03 dissolving the Housing Advisory Commission. Given that language is in our agenda, does that open the option of actually amending the way in which we defined the Housing Advisory Commission, or is it only allowing us to dissolve it? So for instance, one of the limitations we have right now is that it is required to have a rental provider, as opposed to it being a recommendation that a tenant, a housing provider, be part of the commission. So I'm wondering if it opens up the ability for us to make that change it from a required to a recommendation.
I think you can. I think the broader topic is reconsider public engagement structure established, and then there's a couple of staff recommendations, but it sounds like if you want to do a slight twist on one of the staff recommendations, I think you could.
Okay. And since we haven't gotten public comment, that's the end of my questions.
All right, seeing no further questions from council, we'll move forward to public comment.
Good evening. I'm Brian Beal. I'm a member of several, or past member of several commissions in Albany. And I'm mainly speaking towards this 1 versus 2. I understand tonight that this new Housing Advisory Commission has only met once. It sounds like it's not full. I'm looking here, it looks like you've created a lot of boundaries around this, who can be appointed to this commission. You've created a lot of process. And unlike your what I would call a normal commission in Albany, I think any one of you council members should be able to appoint whoever you want to, provided within the legal constraints, to one of these commissions. It shouldn't require some ratification, and a quorum of the body should allow it to meet. What I've seen in the past, and in this case I'm hearing it wasn't even created until March, what I've seen in the past is that councilors, for whatever reason, drag their feet to make appointments. People on these commissions get frustrated. They often, sometimes they don't understand the power structure. So I think dissolving this commission at this time looks like a really bad move. Again, you've got the state of California is knocking at your door saying you haven't done what you need to do, and you're saying, well, no, we don't need any help. We don't need the help of an advisory body. We're just going to deal with this ourselves. I think that's a mistake. There's people in Albany that want to volunteer for these commissions. It's part of our city culture. It's how we're involved with the community. I know it might make things easier for you to ignore that, but I think, and it's even from council members on the stage here, they've said that people want to serve on these commissions. So I think you need to move forward and appoint these people. And I'm just surprised it's January. Why weren't these people appointed back in December? You know, why is there always foot dragging on appointing people to commissions? So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I just have a bunch of questions about the California Housing and Community Development Department, which I guess you call the HCD for short. Who are they? Who appoints them? How is their policy set? Can our state senator and assembly person help us and advocate for us in any way? Or are we just, I kind of get this, I keep hearing them referenced, and it feels like this amorphous agency of faceless, nameless, except for the California Housing and Community Development Department, and is setting rather stringent policies and demands on us. And I'd love to know how they work and who is the person in charge, and is there an elected entity that can assist us or help set this policy, or is this just a bureaucracy of sorts? So anyway, we keep hearing about them. I don't know if you already know who they are and how they operate. I know how you operate, and I know all the rules. I don't know anything about them. And they seem to be able to set and demand a lot from us. So please inform us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Margie Barks. As most of you are probably aware, there's no tenants union in Albany, much to my chagrin. There is, however, the Albany Property Rights Association, or APRA. The last time I actually counted the number of landlords registered in Albany, which was in 2017, there were over 300 landlords who live in the city. Is it by design that none of them would step up so that this commission could be successful? Did they purposely not apply so the commission could not move forward? I wonder, but I don't know. I would hope that at least one council member reached out to them to say, hey, step up. We actually have work to do around housing and your participation is essential. The state informed the cities that they would need yearly updates from the very beginning. This should not be a surprise or a shock. There were a lot of goals in the housing element. One of them is on page 6-17. It states, place a measure on the 2024 ballot to rescind the provisions of Albany's Measure K to allow for new zoning on this almost 11-acre site. Towards the end of 2023, when I saw other measures being prepared for the ballot, I contacted the planning department and asked what was going on with this. I was told they decided to wait. This makes no sense to me. The city could have prepared the ballot information as soon as the element was approved, and then it would be ready for the 2024 ballot. This would have been one small issue that could have helped move the housing element forward. Maybe I'm being naive here, and to me, it sounds like it would have been a no-brainer to have this, get this one thing accomplished. You may find this hard to believe, but the housing element is near and dear to my heart. I have disagreed with a lot of what the city has done or not done around this, but the idea that it has come to this point is beyond disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I'd like to, first of all, just say I support everything Margie just said. I really appreciate her comments. I just have a question, actually. I want to know why it only met once in the last year, or it's only met once. Is it, yeah, I just want to know why. Could somebody please explain that to me? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Brian Martin. I had a question, which was how standard is it to have something like the Housing Advisory Commission in other cities? Is that, does the state generally assume that cities have something like that, or do cities have wide latitude in how they come to do their decision-making process? And I agree that with other speakers that it is very disappointing if it comes to dissolving it. Having skimmed the staff report and hearing the staff discuss things, it sounds like there were problems getting enough people to apply. And I thought it was on the renter's side, but it sounds like it might be on the property owner's side. If there's a way to clarify that for the public, that would be helpful. And also, in case it comes up on a future agenda item, I did Google the alphabetical cities in California, and there is a ZYZX, ZZYZX. So we would have to be very creative to really make it to the end of the list. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager, do we have any responses from city staff?
Do, and perhaps Leslie can help me with some of these. In fact, Leslie, if you don't mind taking the first one about appointments, I believe we've had limited appointments.
Yeah, the first question was actually about HCD, and that is a department of the state, and it was, its purpose is to actually implement and now enforce the housing laws that are passed by the legislature. So it is elected officials who are passing these laws. So it is our representatives who are assisting. So they are making sure after essentially decades of maybe underperformance by jurisdictions to make sure that we are actually moving forward on the commitments that we have made. In terms of why we only met once, it is outlined in the staff report that was part of the packet, but it did take a while to establish the hack. But by June 4th, it was fully seated, but due to already planned time off, the first meeting was scheduled to happen in July. However, unfortunately, prior to that meeting, the tenant moved out of the city, so we lost our tenant. It took another 2.5 months to, in a pretty intensive campaign, to get tenants to apply. That seat finally was filled in early October, so we had the October meeting, which was more of an introductory meeting. Due to the holidays, we were holding these meetings at that time on the 4th Wednesday of the month. Due to the holidays in November and December, we weren't going to have any meetings until the new year, at which time all the seats had to be reapplied for and certified. So that's where we are today. And then, as is it standard to have a housing advisory commission? I think it's a mix. There are many cities that do have a housing advisory commission, maybe not typically for a city of this size. There are a lot of cities that have housing departments or housing, even not departments, just dedicated housing staff that kind of take the role, not the role of my hometown, for instance, does not have a housing advisory commission, but they do have dedicated staff to implement these policies. In lieu of that, since we are more of a multi-service city, like each of us does, wears many hats, we did think it was a great idea to establish this. And I think the idea behind it has been great. I think our hesitancy is in the effectiveness, that it's the reality of it hasn't met our expectations, unfortunately.
We just add with respect to HCD and Mr. Papalia's question about help from the state legislature, I would say Senator Skinner and Assemblymember Wicks are among the more, this may be a little bit of a harsh word, but kind of aggressive in terms of writing legislation to implement these kinds of laws. So I would not expect them to be particularly helpful in trying to find a solution around them.
Thank you, Manager Mendez and Director Bonds, for your responses and clarification. Bringing it back to council for discussion.
I mean, I, for one, would hate to dissolve this right now. I understand some of the constraints, and if there's ways to kind of find a way to work around that or something, or I know you'd mentioned that they probably, the soonest that you would be able to meet would be March if we got everything, squared away right now. But it also sounds like we don't really have a hard, definitive answer on when the HCD would come in and require us necessarily to do anything. Is that correct?
That's correct. We do not have a hard definitive answer exactly to when we would, or to what level of reaction we would get from HCD. But we felt it was important to alert you to this now, so that it's better to do this now than later on, and you could say, why didn't you tell us sooner?
I agree with that, and we appreciate that, I'm sure, and so does the rest of our community. I feel like a lot of effort and work went into developing this, and I would hate to see it all be for naught. I think I still stand by it being a good idea to have this commission put together. I think that if we can get this ramped up sooner, it would be great. But I understand. I also understand the constraints of, potential issues that could come down the pike. So, curious to hear what everybody else has to say.
No, thank you. Before I bounce it back to other council members, I'll just interject briefly here and state that I echo some of the statement that Councilmember Hanson Romero has made there. We have what seems like a wealth of folks who are readily active and available to serve our community. in meaningful ways. Though I understand that they're trying to find a balance in being efficient with city staff time to move things forward. I think it would be a disservice to let folks know that their services are no longer needed without even beginning to have services rendered for this current calendar year. I think it may be worth perhaps entertaining, similar to what Councilmember Mickey had stated, maybe changing up language a bit so that we have a full advisory board, but also maybe changing up language so that the charge for HAC is more in alignment with what city staff need to be effective, if that makes sense. I'll plant that seed and leave it there, and bounce things up around to other council members.
So the council next meets on February 3rd. So I guess could you explain why, if an applicant came forward and the council appointed that applicant, why the body couldn't meet in February?
So if we have, for 3rd, we have these scheduled now for the first. We had to switch dates for the meeting, so it would be the first Wednesday. That wouldn't give sufficient time for noticing. However, if it is fully appointed in February, then we could commence in March.
Is there a way?
Do a follow-up question, sorry.
Yeah.
Were we to change the requirements and change it that as opposed to requiring those 3 specified members be on that commission, were we to change it to recommend that the commission have those, we in theory could appoint 4 members tonight, leave 1 seat available for further discussion in our first February meeting, but at least you would have 4 members, and if at least 3 of them can attend the first meeting, then the first meeting could happen the first week of February. Am I correct in thinking that way?
Correct, and I'm going to leave it to Mala for any legal timelines for.
Just would like to look at the original resolution to see that there isn't any.
I'm also just concerned about losing that language and not having the appropriate appointed people.
Yeah, were we to go with not dissolving the commission, I am more and more concerned that we could run into the same situation where if any one of the 3 required step down, that commission cannot meet, and they cannot meet until this council votes as a whole to appoint someone to replace that person. And that, from just a perspective of daily life, people move, whatnot, that's a huge red flag, because we've already seen what happened last year when a tenant resigned because it was required for that seat. As a recommendation, we as council could choose not to fill that seat until we find a tenant or a rental provider, but the commission could continue to meet. And that's the big language change that's going in my mind. I remember the conversation about it being a requirement, and I was very for the requirement because I did want to make sure there was representation, but given what has happened on that commission, that makes me very nervous because we are getting to the stage where them being able to meet is going to be very time sensitive in order for staff to continue moving forward with their work. And so every missed meeting is now, could be a major problem. Because I'm very torn between option 2, which is having staff go ahead and have more flexibility, but that worries me about not having those members being actively involved. But the current language is too inflexible in the way that we formed that commission.
And that's understandable. I see what you're saying with that, because that's even like, just even on a regular meeting, if one of those key people are not there, then it can't meet at all, so.
I'm going to just correct one thing. Once they're appointed, one could miss the meeting. The problem is if they've not even been seated yet.
Thank you for that clarification.
Correct, and I think if you did revise the language, it currently says in the resolution that the Housing Advisory Commission shall include one tenant, one affiliate of a local educational institute, and one rental provider. And so you could revise that language to be, should include, if possible, or something to that effect.
Can we make that change tonight? It's not the agenda item.
I think you can, because the broader agenda topic, as we discussed earlier, was reconsider public engagement structure established for housing element policy implementation. And there were 2 recommendations, and you may want to just modify one of the recommendations.
That was
Good, safe
my big
question.
worry that we wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, so I thought I better ask. You know, I think like everybody, really torn on this, trying to figure out what's going to work the best. But I think that changing the requirement, making it a should, not a shall, basically buys us a little time. And it doesn't mean that if this proves to not work, if people aren't able to attend, or it's just not what we expected, we can change it. But I'm afraid if we get rid of it, it's going to be harder to, well, that was wrong, let's go back to plan A. That's not going to work too well. So I think we're better off to try to make it work by modifying it a little bit. But having said that, I do like the idea of community workshops. And, you know, we keep hearing about public participation and that's really important. So making that a part of it, I think, is important. So that it's not just the 5 people discussing it, but it's the 5 people basically leading a workshop on certain aspects.
Thank you. Did you have anything else to share, Councilmember Jordan?
I appreciate the creativity and exploration, and I think changing that language from shall to should, and then potentially in the next item, holding one of the seats open so that outreach can be made and applications can be encouraged from rental providers, and then we can take action in February. So I think that's a cogent plan that strikes down the middle.
I like it. I also want to say, I also, Vice Mayor McQuaid brought up a really good point in doing that community engagement as well. That's been something that has been brought up to, I think, all of us individually about having, as much communication, as much notification, as much information out to our community members so that they can be involved, those who want to be involved. And so I would like to, continue seeing with the modification that Councilmember Mickey proposed, as well as including that community outreach to get more people involved and really having that dialogue of education piece, because I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think the more we can talk about it, and the more, people who are more knowledge experts on this can give more insight and more clarity around this subject as a whole, and then also may bring forth more creative ideas as well. So.
Yeah, I will say, similar to my initial comments around if we maintain the staying hack, that we entertain exploring how it could work in tandem with city staff to ensure that we are meeting efficiency needs should HCD come banging on our door. I also just want to state, I think this is the benefit or some of the components of it being advantageous to have elected that are willing to be socially and culturally responsive to challenging moments like this. Is again, we're trying to find that balance between supporting city staff, but also ensuring that those who want to serve our community, especially in a volunteer role, are able to continue to do so. I mean, we have clearly heard from prior comment that perhaps prior cohort or council may have moved a little too fast without input for past bodies, and we're doing our due diligence now and being smart and listening to our community, listening to city staff, trying to find that balance. And I think what we're hearing right now is a pathway forward for that balance. And I'll just ask, shall I entertain a motion?
Mayor Lopez, if I may interrupt before you take a motion, just to clarify one other thing that's in the existing resolution. I'm going to bring it up on the screen if you don't mind. So this is the adopted resolution 2024-13. There's a series of whereas statements, and it gets to the therefore be it resolved. First paragraph seems fine. Second paragraph also seems fine for what you're discussing. The third one introduced the notion of a subcommittee comprised of 2 members. Having this subcommittee doesn't seem to be practical for the time frame that you're talking about. And so we would just bring to your council, assuming that you get appointments, applications for rental providers, that they would just be brought to the council as a whole for your discussion at that meeting rather than in a subcommittee.
Well, and I think if we change shall to should, I think we have to strike this as well, because we didn't do this.
Not this round. This round, we didn't have a subcommittee, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
You
so
didn't
this-
have a subcommittee.
Yeah, sorry, so last time appointments were made, there was a subcommittee. This time, there was no subcommittee.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking we should just strike this, because otherwise we actually
Yeah,
technically
Councilmember
can't act on 11-2.
Councilmember Tiedemann and I were of that subcommittee. Yeah.
I agree with you, Councilmember Jordan. I think this is an opportunity to just go and strike that paragraph.
Thank you for catching that, Director Bond.
And then, just to be clear that we all reading the right thing here, the next paragraph, the membership, rather than shall, would be should include if possible. You know, at this line 23. And then compliance with established policies and procedures, and I think everything else would be just fine.
Now, should I or shall I entertain a motion?
I think that last one gives us authority to change things.
Oh, yeah. So maybe we don't need to change this.
Well, no, I think we need to change it, but that gives us the authority.
I will make a motion that we strike the language requiring a subcommittee to bring appointees to the full council, and that I'm not going to remember the exact sentence, but that we change the shall to a should sorry, you said should with something after it.
If possible.
Should include if possible was the
Possible.
phrase that the city attorney used.
But if possible, yes.
Should this be cast as Resolution 2025-03 rather than a motion?
What is the, It would be amending the original resolution, but does the city clerk prefer that we adopt it as a new resolution number 2025-03?
I don't believe, I mean, I can add amended onto the resolution.
The motion is to amend Resolution 2024-13. Okay.
And I'll second it.
All right. City clerk?
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Director Bonds and
Thank
Manager Mendez. Moving on to item 11-2. The fun just keeps rolling with the hack. Advisory body appointments for ratification for the Housing Advisory Commission. City staff.
Well, let's fly with this. Mayor, we're going to tweak this staff report a little bit, so bear with me. You'll see the recommendation was the council consider 3 individuals that were nominated for the 2 as a whole seats, not representing a particular classification as previously denoted in the resolution 2024-13. And then 2 potential appointments as nominated for the tenant seat. Again, most of this is moot in terms of the classifications of the seat type at this point. I will note, with agility, 2 things that we've heard here. If you look at the individuals nominated under this agenda item, there are potentially 5. There are 5 seats currently as assigned to this commission. That is one potential. The other thing I heard in your previous discussion was that you would hold one of these seats open for now to see if a rental provider is to submit their application shortly, which we could bring to your next meeting with any applications received for council consideration of appointment, and or potentially the remaining individual that isn't appointed as part of this process is brought forward at that time as well. We'll have to kind of think of how that agenda item is framed. With that, I leave it to council discussion.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Bringing it to council for any question.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to put this out there ahead of the game is there is somebody who's interested, but I had them hold off because I'm not sure of whether it was being filled or what was happening. So I would like to give the opportunity for the property provider to put in their application and not seat all of these right now, so.
Any other questions from council? Not seeing any questions. Move on to public comments for item 11-2. Do we have any folks in the room?
Hi. FYI, I have a direct text from a property provider who is also an Albany resident who submitted their application today. They would have done it on Friday, but there was last Friday, but there was a personal health issue with a family member that delayed it. I wish they'd got it in earlier, but that's how things work. Secondly, I'm a little confused about the fact that Aaron Tiedemann is recommended for the seat under 2 conditions, and your request to have a diversity of people on it, showing a diversity of points of view, and my understanding from my interactions with Aaron Tiedemann is that he is very much a tenant activist, and that he's been recommended as a tenant applicant for the job. for the position, but then also as one as a whole. So potentially it's, and I don't know anything about Noel Cantu, but it seems like if Aaron and Noel are on it, you'll definitely have two tenants and on it, and that's just a point of, just want you that to be clear that that's what you're doing. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone online? Bringing it back to council for discussion.
Since I nominated Aaron for both those seats, I explained why that appears this way, and that was just to provide the flexibility to the council to consider both those. Obviously, he wouldn't be appointed to both seats, but I desire that, and I think it makes sense that he be appointed to a seat. He is professionally a housing policy analyst, so I think his addition of expertise would be fantastic. I'm gratified that he is, offering this service to the city. And I think having two tenants on the body, given that Albany's 52%, last time I looked, 52% of the people in Albany live in a residence that they rent. I think having two tenants on the body makes a lot of sense. So maybe to keep going, what I envisioned in doing this was moving to appoint Margie Marks to a council as a whole seat, Aaron Tiedemann to a council as a whole seat. Rosanna Ramirez is the affiliate of a local education institution, and Noel Cantu as the appointee to the tenant seat, and hold Peter Maas in reserve, depending upon what happens. And that would be the four.
Was that a motion?
Well, we're in discussion. I can make it a motion if that sounds good to people.
I am happy to reach out to Pete. I highly encouraged him to apply last time. But I'm happy to reach out to Pete and talk to him a little bit about the new composition. And under your proposal, at least, we'd ask him to wait another few weeks to find out.
I just want to add in there, I think some of these were the original people that,
correct,
yeah, that we had the discussion and felt were good to have in those positions. I understand now prior council member Tiedemann's also throwing his hat in there, which, but I'd also like to just see some other people get some opportunities as well to serve and maybe continue forward with the members that we had previously selected. Just my 2 cents.
Well, I'll share my philosophy in appointing people this time was people that had been appointed. I felt like they didn't really have a chance to serve. They had one meeting talking mostly about administrative things. So I went through and picked those people out. And then at that point, Aaron had not applied. So there were 4 there was one person who did not reapply. And then, so when Aaron applied, I thought, oh, he'd be really good, just because of his professional background and all of that. So I think this might be a good way to look at it. And I kind of like the idea of 2 tenants, but I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter as long as they're on the body. It's fine. So if that's a motion, I'll second it.
I will make it a motion. I don't think I need to repeat it. I think it's pretty straightforward. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
I already did.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Peggy.
Step on me.
So just for
fast enough, Peggy.
So for clarification, we're holding back Peter.
holding back Peter, and we have at least one rental provider that has applied. Many people, as you know, that want to apply,
Yeah.
encourage them.
Is, ask Nicole something. It's okay. I want to make sure that we see all of the applicants, and I tend to be like, oh, that, do it, get it done. Could we put apply by whatever, February, January 28th, I don't know, some date, and then we all kind of have all of them to look at, rather than the first one that comes in, somebody appoints, and it's a little clunky process.
Sure. Basically by the end of the week, because the agenda for the next meeting is
Right, okay, that works.
on a Wednesday, and we need time to actually look.
So by January 24th?
That's Friday.
That's Friday, yeah.
That would allow us the weekend.
Mm-hmm. So, do we still want to move forward with this for now, or do we want to hold off and look again at all?
My preference would be move forward so that an early February meeting could be scheduled. And then I would highly encourage that the person who eventually gets appointed will likely get appointed before.
2 days before.
2 days, well,
Oh, wait.
I would highly encourage that those who, if they haven't heard yet, they attend the meeting. They can attend as a member of the public, they can't necessarily be on the dais.
We can also include in the updated outreach the anticipated first meeting date, so prospective applicants are aware of that schedule.
If they're appointed on the 3rd, can they not attend the commission meeting on the 5th as a member? Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
And the 24th would be enough.
And I think that's more than fair because these applications have been up for people to apply to for quite some time already. So I am entertaining moving forward at this time.
So, Preston, do you need to amend your motion to add the apply by date? Or is that necessary?
I don't know, I think that's just direction of staff, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks for checking, though, appreciate it.
So just to clarify, we're moving forward with appointing Margie Marks, Aaron Tiedemann, Rosanna Ramirez, and Noel Cantu to the Housing Advisory Commission.
Yes.
That is the motion.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Meckie?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now moving on to item 11-3, concerning establishing a council standing committee on social equity. City staff?
Okay, I'm going to do this one, hang on. Okay, so I guess it's Advisory Body Tuesday. So this proposal is based on the new council committees that we have on public safety and on I'm going to use the short term of finance. And basically, at this point, it's the same model, no more than 2 members of the council. It will be in compliance with the Brown Act. Meetings held as needed and reviewing different initiatives and issues, receiving presentations, and it provides an opportunity for more detailed discussion than you normally get in a regular advisory body meeting. And then whatever recommendations come out of this group, they would be brought to the entire city council for consideration and possible action. One of the reasons that I like this is I think it will give the committee a chance to address, or give the council actually a chance to address unanticipated issues quickly. It's a more nimble body, and they can take timely and effective action. And one of the things that I saw today in some of the emails that we got was having more community outreach, which I think a committee like this can do that easier than a formal advisory body. But to me, it shows that these issues are important, and we're looking at them at the council level. We're not pushing them down to an advisory body, but we are in fact taking them seriously ourselves. And it reinforces our commitment to equity, diversity, fairness, all of those things that really are important to all of us and to the city. So it's not to get rid of them, it's to uplift them a little bit. And I think that, I was surprised it's been 17 years since SEJC started. But in both SEJC and RISE, I think there could have been a better use of people's time. And so I think, again, it's a little different approach, but let's see if this works, where we have a smaller body able to move a little quicker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McQuaid. Do we have any questions from council?
Question, Vice Mayor McQuaid. You mentioned a little bit about the 17-year history and potential for a more effective use of people's time. Could you elaborate a little bit on that in terms of specific outcomes that came from the 17 years of SEJC and RISE in existence?
Well, I don't want to diminish their work or anything like that. That wasn't my intent. I think the one thing that came out of SEJC that I really recall was the Aging in Place program, which we haven't done as good a job with that as we certainly should. And moving forward, that's something we could be looking at. I would say that was a directive from the council to the committee, which they were able to do. They've worked for, RISE has worked for a long, most of their 2 years now on an equity statement. Not quite done yet, but I think that'll be important when it is done. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. Apologies, I did not mean to either downplay their efforts that have been done by either commission.
Any additional questions from council?
I just had some additional questions. I know we met years ago, and, tried to reformulate and move things along a little bit more efficiently. And I also was going through and looking at things. And maybe I missed it, we don't have any applications for, was this because we were pulling it or looking at it, or?
I don't know the answer to that.
I can answer that.
Okay.
We have 3 applications, which are bundled pending this conversation.
Okay, because last time I looked, I hadn't seen them, so.
Appointing folks to a group that would then no longer exist.
Yeah, no. I just want to make sure, just for, transparency of, how many people applied or were interested and so on, yeah.
It may be, and staff might be able to answer this, it may be that one of those 3 we just appointed to a different body because they applied to two different bodies, and I nominated them to a different body. So there might only be 2 outstanding, but I'm not sure.
That applicant actually didn't reapply to RISE.
Oh, did not. Okay, thank you.
And, I definitely want to say that, yes, I think the benefit in doing this is, as you said, it takes a more serious approach, a more focused approach, and, you know, hopefully can bring forth some faster moving.
You're going into discussion.
Sorry. Were we still on questions?
We're still on questions.
I'm tired.
We're almost there. Before I move into public comments, I will express that we are at about 10:15 and may need to entertain a motion to extend our meeting.
I'll move we extend till 10:45.
Second?
Second?
Thank you. City Clerk?
Sorry, I didn't catch who seconded. Councilmember Jordan? Okay. Councilmember Hanson Romero?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Mayor Lopez?
Yep.
Motion carries extended to 10:45.
Thank you. Now moving to public comments for item 11-3. Do we have any folks in the room?
Margie Marks. In her memo, Vice Mayor McQuaid states that to eliminate the RISE Commission and form a two-person standing committee would, quote, uplift and highlight the city's commitment to prioritizing equity, diversity, fairness, and inclusivity, end of quote. If you take the action in the memo, you will be doing exactly the opposite. First, you would be replacing a 7-person commission that meets in public with a 2-person city council committee. Uplifting and highlighting DEI would actually be supporting RISE instead of sunsetting it. Each of you got elected, you each get an appointment. Surely you all know someone who you could ask to do the important work of this commission. There are only 5 of you. How many council subcommittees will you have? Finances and police oversight have already been put into council committees. To add one more would be in no way uplifting and highlighting DEI in our city. Please do not lower the number of commissioners on RISE. I was on the Social and Economic Justice Commission for 14 years, and it was extremely helpful having 7 to fill subcommittees. The John Birch Society had a store near one of our major intersections, San Pablo and Solano. They were the original anti-vaxxers opposed to measles vaccine and fluoride in the water. Their bookstore sold materials extolling the virtues of white supremacy and anti-Semitism. The Southern Poverty Law Center says that the John Birch Society is making a comeback. The Albany store opened in 1966, and I was told that it was closed in the 1980s. Just because that office closed, I do not believe that all the people that supported it just packed up and moved away. The city just paid $1.5 million to a so-called service organization that believed their entitlement to display their religious symbol was greater than our rights as citizens to a public land free of any symbols. We just had an election in our city in which equity played a huge role. People with power and money came in and spent $90,000 on one measure. In addition, the landlords thought they were entitled to plaster unsigned campaign material all over public buildings and spaces. Albany is a sanctuary city. What does that mean for the immigrants in our city? What would they like the city to do to support them? The LGBTQ and Muslim communities need our support more than ever. Please, City Council, do highlight and uplift diversity, equity, inclusivity by supporting the RISE and helping it to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
My name is Deborah Perkins Kalama. I've lived in Albany for about 28 years. And I agree with Margie, and I think this is similar to the previous attempt to shut down a commission of local community members that wanted participants in decision-making and discussion in Albany. I agree with the guy who spoke quite a while ago who said that in this time where we no longer have a federal government we can count on, everything we do at the local level is all we have right now. So instead of shutting citizens of Albany out of the conversation, I implore you to spend more time bringing the citizens of Albany involved and getting them involved in the commissions. We need more people involved, not fewer people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, I'm also against this motion, and I'd like to see RISE. I think RISE should continue, and it should not be sunsetted. I spent 2 hours this past Sunday watching an MLK event at the Apollo Theater in New York City, and there were some amazing speakers. And as I watched and I listened, I became even more and more aware of the fact that the city of Albany doesn't even hold an event like that, not only to honor MLK, but to offer the opportunity to hear from powerful speakers who understand the challenges we continue to experience in the city. This agenda item to sunset RISE is the opposite of what we need in Albany, and I support what Debbie Perkins Kalama said and what Margie Marks said. Providing opportunity for community members, including those representing the school district, to meet, discuss, and involve other members can make a difference. One of the reasons that I became interested in what is happening in the Albany government was because of SEJC. I attended their meetings, and it let me and other community members bring up issues related to social justice and to hear from the commissioners as well as our fellow community members. It was a place where we knew someone was listening and concerned and interested. Neighboring cities have similar commissions. El Cerrito has the Human Relations Commission. Berkeley has the Peace and Justice Commission. Although we are a smaller city, our community members have the same kind of needs. There have been a few arguments that I'd like to respond to. One is that the current model of the RISE Commission has not proven to be effective. That's a direct quote from one of those council members. And I don't even know what that means. Does that mean in the short time that RISE has existed, it hasn't removed racism and social injustice from our community? I just don't even know what that means, that it has not proven to be effective. And then there's been a comment a few people have applied for this year, although I'm glad to hear that some people have applied, and I think that's the fault of the city for not letting people know what's going on besides putting it just putting on the website. And finally, the strange argument that instead of having a commission dedicated to this topic, that instead there should be a subcommittee of 2 council members. So instead of 7 people from the community, there should be 2 council members, as if by having the commission, council members can't be advocates for this work and can't be involved. We need everyone in this important work. Please do not sunset RISE. Like El Cerrito and Berkeley, we need a group of community members representing myriad lives and experiences in our city to address the social justice issues that continue here. And please, council members, feel free to also be involved. This does not mean you can't be. You act as if it's either or. It isn't even either or. Have the 7-member commission and feel free to do whatever it is that you feel that will express your passion also for this topic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, City Clerk. Bringing it back to council for discussion.
I think the last speaker hit on something that's really important, that it's really, regardless of what we do moving forward, whether RISE continues to exist or whether council forms a subcommittee, it's really inherent on all of us to continue to make sure that we're raising other voices and we're listening to other voices. And I know that there's definitely more that I can do on that front. Prior to being council member, my world of what I understood and knew of the Albany community really revolved around kids, friends, parents, primarily. Some others. I knew Preston. I knew he was a troublemaker. So I think it is inherent on us continuing to build how we reach out and who we reach out to. I would say if we were to continue to have RISE, I think it is important that we as council members, perhaps form an ad hoc committee or something to help provide clearer direction to what we as council members want to see come out of that commission. And so Vice Mayor McQuaid mentioned in particular, focusing on aging in place. I think that was a directive that was brought from council down for the work plan, and I think that would be beneficial. And it's not to say that a commission could not explore other items, but that we be more active in saying, what do we as council members want to have discussed and come back to us on top of items that they may recognize. I will also circle back, though, to Vice Mayor Peggy McQuaid's input about the flexibility of having a subcommittee of the council and its ability to be more responsive or respond quicker to items in the sense that it's not having to wait necessarily for staff to do a staff report, to have a commission meeting, to then, if they can, make a recommendation in one meeting that's brought to us as a council at our next standing meeting. But my general feeling is, were a situation like that to come up, we could form an ad hoc committee to come up with a faster response than necessarily might be able to be done through the commission. Particularly thinking of like our August recess or other times when staff is not at meeting and we don't have meetings, and if something were to happen. Those were my big thinking points: was clearer direction. Should we keep the commission? Clearer direction on items that we would like to see brought back to us. If we were to form a subcommittee, actually, in either situation, one of the hopes that I would ask is that we work with staff, regardless, to continue to build more outreach and events. I recognize that events, particularly something around MLK, there's a cost to that. There's a cost, in actually holding an event, but there's also the cost in planning the event. And someone who does a lot of public events, the cost is in the planning. Yes, the execution of the event takes a certain amount of money, but it's really in the planning of such events. But I think that is something where either a subcommittee of council could focus on, or a commission could focus on, where as a community can we do a better job of celebrating these events. The only other thing that I would add there is that either as council members or as a commission, staff can't do everything, we as a city can't do everything. And so the flip side of that is, how can we partner? Whether it's City of El Cerrito has celebrations, can we do a joint celebration with the City of El Cerrito? They tend to show up to Memorial Park every time we have an event, so or other organizations that we can reach out to, and so that the heavy lift isn't necessarily always on the city staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Mickey. Any additional comments?
I was going to say that ideas like you're presenting, like events, partnerships with other cities, whatever, seems to be more of a council level decision activity where we can do that fairly quickly. I'm not sure an advisory body can reach out to another city or can plan an event or has really the ability to do that. Perhaps what we should do, instead of doing a standing committee, which is more permanent, is to have an ad hoc committee of the council to study this a little bit more and think about what we'd like RISE to be doing, if that's really the answer, do we want to think about more council taking a bigger role? How does that all work? And maybe just have an ad hoc committee to do that, and then come back to council with a fleshed out recommendation.
I can go ahead. I could rip off the Band-Aid if you all want me to, or I could be gentle, or I could put all the hydrogen peroxide on the wound and make it really fun. I will say, first and foremost, being the darkest person at the dais, I absolutely would not want to serve on a standing committee called the Social Equity Committee, and that not out of any not from any place of malice or anger, more so that labor should never be on folks like us who are not just minoritized, but seemingly scrutinized in every facet of this world and society that we operate in and try to navigate in. Though I may have some level or degree of self-perceived influence or decision-making capabilities in this community, I think I could safely speak for a lot of folks who come from my background and experiences that the labor should never be on us to fix the problems that we are being subjected to. And when I say we, that covers a multitude of experiences, cultures, and identities. That's just me gently ripping off the Band-Aid. I'll be a little gentler. We'll say, I'm hearing what you're saying, Vice Mayor McQuaid, and I think this is very similar to what we did 2 years ago when Councilmember Hanson Romero and I took up the task of revisiting what is SEJC, what is its direction and mission, and how can we assess it more than just updating their work plan or scope of work and expectation. And that's what led to a name change to be a bit more broader and inclusive. And if we were to form an ad hoc committee and do similar to what we did 2 years ago, I think there's definitely room and opportunity to perhaps encourage a commission like RISE or a revamped commission, whatever that may look like, to take on other issues of social inequity, not just limited to race and gender, but around aging and mental health. I think in this day and age, after I don't know what you all were doing on MLK Day. Some of us were watching TV, some of us weren't. But after hearing a few words, I think there's quite a few of us in this community who may be on the cusp of having to reckon with their own mental health. And what does that look like as a community? I don't know. Could we potentially leverage that we have an existing commission that could maybe help find solutions or creative and innovative ways to engage our community at the local level? I think we're hearing this time and time again, and that's been one of the biggest things. I said this when I rotated into this seat, that my biggest focus right now is healing at the local level. We're not insulated from what happens at the federal level. I get that. And I know that from firsthand experience. I'm nervous for a lot of people in my family. It broke my heart that my daughter had to ask questions about what's going to happen to family member A, B, and C, and all the way to X, Y, and Z. And that scares me. I think potentially sunsetting RISE would be a major disservice. I want to say, I say that out of bias, but it's not. I say it out of genuine concern that there are people who really need us to step up and advocate, need fellow community members to step up and advocate. And I think part of the reason why perhaps we don't have a slurry of applications right now could be a multitude of factors. I know one of them is that the most recent cohort of commissioners have expressed that they just don't feel like their time is being put to good use. So again, the argument is clear that we should revisit what the work plan looks like for a commission like that. But two, as I alluded to earlier, issues, concerns of how people feel right now in this present society, given the current events. But also just, we've seen what happened on day one of executive orders that even just the very mention of diversity, equity, inclusion can put you in the hot seat. And I get worried about that just sitting here as the figurehead of the leader of our community, advocating for that, and what could be thrown at me. So much so that I'm already debating with my partner about getting rid of all my social media accounts, because our family just shouldn't be subjected to that. We are subjected to enough of it even before this regime that's in right now. People in this community telling my family to go back where we came from. So that's my long-winded way of saying that I understand that it's well-meaning and well-intentioned, what was presented, and I think maybe we're steering into something that could give us a much better pathway forward to really help hone in and serve our community and be able to call upon other people in our community to serve on a commission that maybe has a more focused work plan that is, again, culturally and socially responsive, like I mentioned around HAC, culturally and socially responsive to what's going on right now. And I think that's the beauty of having commissions and being able to revisit what they can and should do or could do, is that we have that power and that ability. So perhaps maybe after these lengthy discussions and the creation of an ad hoc to reassess, maybe that could yield quite a few people to come out, and maybe if they hear from their electeds that, hey, it's okay to talk about DEI in this community, it's okay to talk about justice, equity, inclusion, diversity, the whole 9 yards. And I think right now a lot of folks are maybe scared to enter that arena right now, just given the nature of where our society is at. That's my way of trying to be as gentle as possible. I'm open to ideas and open to what folks have to say, but I will make it very clear that I don't think the best move is to eliminate and recreate right now. I think we should follow similar motions that we made a couple years back, and which resulted in some of the initial work that Councilmember Hanson Romero and I were able to accomplish early on in our tenure. I think now with very fresh perspective for the three of us who did join council 2 years ago, having a better understanding about how city staff works, engagement works, I think maybe we could do a much better job at creating a charge for the RISE Commission or whatever it may be, if someone wants to turn it back to the FHAC or want to call it the Jedi Commission, whatever it is, whatever it does. But I think community just needs validation, affirmation from us that it's okay to have these conversations, because right now I think there are a lot of people who are even scared to engage just out of fear of retribution. I mean, I'll stop there. I think that diving into a bit too much, but I think that plants enough seeds.
I want to say that brings up a lot of thoughts. One of those thoughts would be kind of setting this aside for 1 second, but I feel like there's something that we should be doing as a council right now to engage our community and to give them an opportunity to come together, and maybe they can help kind of shape this a little bit better as to, we'd tried to put forth a survey which did not pan out as what we had hoped it would be. And so maybe this is an opportunity to get to invite our community together, maybe have an event or a couple events at the community center or the Veterans Hall, invite our community in and invite them to share with us their needs, their thoughts, their, what they want to see out of this, rather than us deciding for them, kind of thing.
That was sort of the idea all along, was to be able to have workshops and bring in people and bring in experts, pardon the phrase experts, that could guide some of these conversations. It wasn't that we were going to decide anything. It was that we would facilitate those kind of programs with the community.
Mayor Lopez, I think we're going past the agenda description.
Yeah.
In terms of topic.
I will say that we are at 10:38. Perhaps entertain a motion.
move to extend to 11.
I will second that. Sorry, I was looking at the clock and thinking that we were going to have to extend to midnight, and I'm very glad you caught that we really have to extend to 11.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes?
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And it is extended to 11.
I will say, the one thing that I don't like about us having to extend the meeting was, I wasn't tired until Mayor Lopez mentioned that it was 10:15.
That's just the beauty of having a lot of juicy things to discuss. As we heard from our city attorney, some of the things that we are potentially discussing or proposing are beyond what has been agendized, so we need to be careful about that. I think, but I do think it gives us a bit to marinate on. There's things that could still come out of this item, if that makes sense. And I am still willing to entertain if there is anything additional folks want to propose here, or if we would like to put this on the bike rack for now and maybe revisit this conversation in a enhanced agendized item. Open to your thoughts, Vice Mayor McQuaid, as this is the item that you brought forth.
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by enhanced agenda item. I'm not sure you can tell me. I mean, because of the Brown Act, not because you can't. That's fine. I just would sort of like to see us move forward either by saying we're going to just have RISE and it'll be what it will be, or to come up with a way to perhaps go back to the ad hoc model where we talk about, and Mala, ad hoc committees are public meetings, right?
Ad hoc committees are not.
Can they be?
It's your discretion, but then we probably wouldn't call them an ad hoc committee. Just call it a Brown Act committee.
Okay. Perhaps deciding the council would hold some workshops or a workshop to bring in the community. That's sort of the piece that I think we miss in many of our advisory bodies, that there's not a lot of community participation, and this is something that we want community participation. So having the council reaching out to the community might be a good way to move this forward.
Listening, I'm waiting much. I've just been listening, and I think listening to the mayor, I'm in favor of appointing RISE, and in parallel, the council, we can have discussions about what direction we would like to provide RISE, but I think both for what it does and also for this particular moment in time, which for my mental health I've been avoiding, frankly, and I have the privilege and the luxury of doing that. And so I appreciate hearing it from you. I'm aggrieved to hear some of what I've heard has happened to you. But with that awareness, I think it's just a terrible, terrible time to sunset that body. I just don't think that makes any sense at all.
I mean, I appreciate this being brought to us to have a conversation, and I think I appreciate the conversation that we have had, and I appreciate being able to hear more from Vice Mayor McQuaid. I think I would echo what you were saying, Councilmember Jordan, in that I would like to see the RISE Commission continue, but I do think for us to be able to have people apply and feel like they are being heard, we as a council have to do more work to find, both in discussions with them and with the public, about are there specific items we would like you to work on, so that they don't feel at the end of 2 years that they've had a lot of conversations and the end result ends up being, that is a wonderful idea, that is not something we as a city can do. And that is very disheartening. And I've heard this from commissioners, multiple commissioners and multiple commissions, right? It's that balance of, that is a great discussion topic, that is a conversation we as a community should have, but in the end, that may not be something we as a city can lead the conversation on or be the ones that are hosting it. And it doesn't mean the conversation doesn't have to happen or the discussion at a commission doesn't happen, but that may mean that what you're doing is reaching out to another organization. And whether that's partnering with AUSD, which has different ways that they can handle things and running programs through AUSD, but coordinating with them. I think that's where, across multiple commissions, I am hearing things breaking down, is that they put a lot of time in, a lot of thought into something, to only really hear at the end, we can't do that. And so in that sense, I do understand where Vice Mayor McQuaid is coming from, that there are some things that as council members we can do. We can hear information that is confidential that the members of the public or commissioner can't hear. We can reach out to other cities and ask, hey, can we have a preliminary discussion about doing a joint MLK celebration or other celebration? I think that comes back to both having a RISE commission, but also we as council members taking more of an active role in making sure that we're promoting all the things that we want to promote, particularly through the RISE. Sorry, so in terms of a motion, I would be looking that we go ahead and maintain the RISE commission, but that we also form an ad hoc or a standing committee. I might recommend that first we do an ad hoc to just get the ball rolling, and that ad hoc can meet and have conversations with past RISE members or not, and then that comes back, and then we can have a discussion about how do we want to form a standing commission, or what do we want to do? Like, I think that as an ad hoc gives a little bit more flexibility. I don't think they would determine or pick the items on what we would ask the RISE Commission to work on, but I think at least have that ball rolling through an ad hoc. It could come back. Could be that ad hoc committee really just brings, we as a council have a joint work session with appointed RISE commissioners and past RISE commissioners and just have a discussion, right? Or it could be that we form a standing commission and we have those same conversations, because I would agree with Mayor Lopez that we are privileged as 5 members to be up here on the council, but we can't speak for everyone. And so I don't want this to come off across as, in my recommendation, that we provide direction to the RISE commissions, that we are deciding what are the top things that have to be. We as a commission, as a council, have to hear from the community to help decide that.
Just to confirm, the conversation forming an ad hoc, that would have to be agendized for a future meeting, correct?
I'm sorry, it's not clear what the ad hoc committee would do.
It sounds like potentially revisiting what the work group, what the work plan looks like for RISE, similar to what myself and Councilmember Hanson Romero did 2 years ago.
Yes, then that would come back at a future meeting.
Yeah.
If we were instead, could we form a standing committee? Could we keep the RISE commission and form a standing commission tonight? Because the agenda does say establish a standing committee.
I'll defer to Mala on could you. I would advise that be considered, given the limited staff resources. Okay. I don't know that we could facilitate both.
Okay.
Could you facilitate the ad hoc idea, which would be a short-term morphing back into RISE?
In our experience, ad hoc means that 2 members of the council work together, come up with some ideas on a focused topic, and bring them back to the council for consideration and action. So that works. If the interest is a formal public meeting, that's another logistical concern that I would need to consider and work through. I don't know that I could address that on the fly. An ad hoc has worked well in the past on a number of your issues, and then it is brought back to this public forum to be further considered.
So, as an alternative to everything that we were just talking about, in theory, 2 council members could meet, if they don't talk to any other council members, and still come back to this council with a series of recommendations or things to consider. And that could be agendized.
I would not continue having this conversation, because then I think you really need to, you're going, it's a slippery slope where you're at right now.
I was waiting for you to.
You're being spicy tonight.
Just waiting to see how far I could go.
You slid far down the hill.
Okay, so what I think the energy I'm gathering right now is we maintain the RISE Commission, no creation of a standing committee. Is that what I'm?
Here's a different idea, a little bit different idea. I was interested that El Cerrito, I learned long ago, each of its advisory bodies has a council liaison on it, which, coming from Albany, I thought was like, wow, that's pretty wild, because then don't they just like, oh, look at the council member and like, okay, what do you think, you know? And but this might be a case where that might work well. So you have a council member who's actually essentially one of the members, you know, maybe they're non-voting, I don't know how that would work, to improve the exchange with that commission, and I think that would be a way of actually lifting it up. It's really only, in my mind, unique to that commission. And obviously we can't do it tonight, but just thinking creatively of ideas.
I keep looking between you and Mala. I'm like.
Yes, we can't do it tonight.
Yes. But that is within our purview to do. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I will make a motion that we maintain the RISE Commission and that we encourage more applicants, given that we may only have 3 applicants, all as council members, and under future agenda items, I think there'll be some items that we'll add in there.
I second that.
Mayor Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you, fellow council members. I know these are never easy conversations to have. Again, I do realize we are close to time. We are on item 12. I would entertain if the possibility of saving item 12 for a future meeting, unless folks have a dire need to share out what they've been doing.
I have a dying need. I do.
So,
I will defer my announcements to next meeting, but
Okay.
we can still allow perhaps Peggy to.
all right, so we will go on with item number 12 if we need to.
I have no updates. My meeting's tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right, we are on item 12, council subcommittee reports. Council provides reports on any government meetings at which they have represented the city of Albany. Council members may provide reports on any meeting or community events and activities they have attended or plan to attend that they believe may be in interest to council staff or the public.
I just want to comment that there is confusion on the county library board as to if the appointee is Mayor Lopez or myself, and I'd like to bring that back at the next meeting to sort of finalize it. Which I guess could have come under the next item, but
Yeah.
we got it.
Any additional reports?
I mean, I can hold.
Yeah.
Happy to hold. Hold my cards.
All right, and that being said, sounds like folks will hold until next meeting. Well, first, I need to see if there's any public comments, correct? Do we have any public comments?
No.
Not seeing any in the room.
All right, do we have any proposed?
Debbie has raised hand.
And this is on the council subcommittee report.
It's usually 1 minute, actually, for this.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Debbie Perkins Kalama again. I just wanted to say thank you. And I just wanted to point out that the superintendent of the Albany Unified School District sent out a fabulous letter concerning the subject of intimidation and DEI. So I just, and if the city council wanted to say something like that to the Albany public, that would be fine too. If wanted to. I think the superintendent's letter was fabulous, but I'm not sure if it went out to all of the citizens of Albany. It should be seen by all the citizens of Albany. It was fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, moving on to item number 13, future agenda item. Do any council members or public comment, are there any members in the public who would like to propose future agenda item? Any council?
I have a couple. I received a budget letter from the county librarian asking for support, so I'll be bringing that support in the state budget for more funding. Also, I would like to bring a resolution in support of the Paris Climate Agreement.
Thank you. Additionally, I would like to propose that for a future agenda item that we do bring to council potential ordinance around e-bike battery storage for new developments in the community, and as well assessment and feasibility of EV charging stations in public spaces that perhaps we can pass down to the Climate Action Committee to help us with. And lastly, I would like to, hearing concerns around homeowners insurance and rising costs associated with that, I would also like to explore the potentiality of perhaps having a temporary waiving of permit fees for items that are double as climate resilient, but also would help ensure that property owners are meeting requirements for homeowners insurance. Don't know what that would look like, but just throwing it out there as potential topics. Any other?
It occurs to me that I don't know what the process is for the council to refer items to the subcommittees. Maybe there is one, but that might be a topic of a future agenda item because we have these subcommittees now, and the council should have the means to tell those committees what it wants them to work on.
All right. Thank you. With that, moving on to item number 14. Oh, sorry, John.
We just mentioned future agenda items when we were talking about RISE. So one was a discussion about the possibility of city council liaisons. I would appreciate if we keep it a little bit broad. I know in particular we're talking about RISE. I do not off the top of my head think that we necessarily need that for the other commissions, but if we could agendize it a little bit more broadly. And then I would like us to come back and have a conversation about the potentiality of forming an ad hoc committee about reaching out or working with the RISE Commission and their program.
Thank you, Councilmember Mickey. All right. Now, moving on to item 14, announcement of city meetings and events. We do have later this month, Planning and Zoning, Transportation Commission, Police and Fire Pension Board meeting, fun, and City Council meeting February 3rd. That said, we are
Throw one in there, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
A heads up that on February 27th, the League of California Cities, East Bay Division in particular, will be holding an event. I need to double check exactly where, but my recollection is it's in San Leandro. It is particularly an event for newly elected or electeds who don't normally participate to get to know other council members within the East Bay. So that's Contra Costa County and Alameda County. It is, in addition, I believe that is the meeting where we're going to have state legislators there to talk about, for you to be able to grab their ear on topics. And so it tends to be a pretty big event. We really are encouraging all council members to attend. It is a great time both to meet the state assembly members and senators, but also to meet other council members. I have found both the mayors and the League of California Cities, the Alameda County Mayors group, and that a great resource for getting to know other electeds who face very similar issues to us. Not being someone who was very politically active before getting on council, my network was not very big, and I feel like I have many more resources in terms of who to reach out to.
Thank you for that.
And that's February 27th?
February 27th. I will make sure that I get more details before our next meeting.
Appreciate that, Councilmember Mickey. And with that said, we are in adjournment. Dios y mi amo. Thank you, and have a good evening.